This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you, never knew this thrill before.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you
Oui,
should,
voilà, ça marche.
each little dream would take wing and my
Ladies
life
and
would
gentlemen,
be through.
welcome to the conference.
Bessame.
C'est bien? Prêt? Ok, quand vous voulez. Ah, c'est assez fort, je ne vais pas parler trop fort. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the EBS friends, welcome to the 4th EU-Africa Business Summit. It's a real pleasure, despite the challenging context, to be here in Marrakesh with such an engaged group of speakers and audience. I'm also very pleased to see so many of you participating remotely from different parts of Europe and Africa. As you know, our mission is to facilitate a multi-stakeholders dialogue on the renewed alliance between Africa and Europe. But more concretely, we want to unlock new opportunities by stimulating cooperation between the public and private sectors, but also business partnerships. The summits we have previously organized have clearly shown that the number one priority and expectation in Africa is to intensify investment on the continent. We are really pleased, therefore, that many business representatives support this debating and matchmaking platform. Transforming the Africa-Europe relations into action is really our priority. Today's conference will focus on sectors that are central to the cooperation between our two continents, even more in the context of pandemic and climate change. I would like to mention specifically the session organized with DG Trade and DG INPA from the European Union and with the African Union on how to accelerate the green transition of the automotive sector in Africa. With the organization of this session, our summit has been recognized as an official partner of the European Commission and of the African Union, and the discussion we have today will serve as a preparation for the EU-UA summit taking place in February 2022 in Brussels. I would like also to mention the debate taking place this afternoon on healthcare technology and how to improve vaccines manufacturing capacities in Africa. We'll also tackle fair and efficient agriculture with DG Agri and our partner OCP, digital transformation with Vodafone, and finally clean energy transition with DG Envy, Mazen, and Eni, just to name a few. A more horizontal concern, but with a potentially strong impact on business relations, is the good governance agenda, and in particular, the new due diligence rules. I'm really grateful that Commissioner Reynders accepted to present today this important step forward in more details. Let me announce now 2 video messages of personalities who unfortunately couldn't join us today due to the sanitary context. but really wanted to contribute to our reflections. I name European Commissioner Urpilainen and African Union Commissioner Muchanga. After these messages, I would like to invite Mr. Phil Hogan, former Agriculture and Trade European Commissioner, for an opening conversation. Thank you very much, Mr. Hogan, for being with us today in Marrakesh. I wish you a fruitful summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I could be there with you in Marrakesh. Last month, when I met with African Union ministers in Kigali, I again witnessed how strong the bond between our two continents is. The creativity and vision driving so many African business leaders mirrors the passion of Europe's own business leaders. Both the founders of startups and executives of large-scale corporations. Our two continents are so much more than geographic neighbors. We are natural partners. And in the midst of historic global challenges, the need for partnership is greater than ever before. That is what this summit is all about. It is about bringing business leaders and policymakers together in the same room. The pandemic has shown us that silos don't work. In order to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, we need the private and public sectors to work together. Opportunities for collaboration are huge. Climate resilient infrastructure, renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, e-commerce, and digital finance. Today, many business solutions support people and planet alike. Dear colleagues, I believe this is a defining moment, not just for our two continents, but for the world. Over the next 2 days, I encourage you to discuss, collaborate, and build alliances. And I hope you continue those discussions at the EU-Africa Business Forum in February, in the margins of our EU-AU Summit. Together, we can create a fairer, greener, and more sustainable world, one that truly leaves no one behind.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I greet each and every one of you. I'm very happy that you could accept the joint invitation of the EU Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen and myself to be at the 4th edition of the EU-African Business Summit. The theme, EU-Africa Business Summit, Unlocking Africa's Potential, is very timely. Relative to start of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, which started on 1st of January this year. I thank the government and people of the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting this summit. It is my conviction that this summit offers a good platform for business people from the African Union and the African continent to engage in dialogue and come up with ways and means of mobilizing the business people from the two sides to unlock Africa's vast economic potential, characterized with arable virgin land, adequate fresh water, minerals, good weather, and a young population. This business summit also provides an opportunity to examine the current business challenges in Africa, as well as propose possible ways of meeting them. The Business Forum provides for deliberations from police, business, and civil society perspectives. This partnership positions all of us to be co-creators of Africa's inclusive prosperity. As earlier indicated, the agreement that established the African Continental Free Trade Area is being implemented. Market space has an aggregate population of 1.3 billion people. It is expected to rise to 1.5 billion people in 2025 and 1.7 billion people in 2030. This makes it a market with a huge consumer base. The African private sector is positively attuned to working with the African Union. In this connection, the African private sector established the African Business Council this month, complete with a guiding constitution and leadership. In addition to engaging with African policymakers at the continental level, the African Business Council will also engage with similar organizations in other parts of the world, including those in the European Union. As I conclude my brief statement, I would like to make two suggestions. The first one is that the European Union Africa Business Summit consider involving youth setup operations in the spirit of inclusiveness. I'm sure you all agree with me that the youth will bring energy to the summit. My second suggestion is that you develop criteria to enable you to choose 5 business deals between companies from Europe and Africa whose contracts could be signed during the opening ceremonies of the Europe summits of African Union heads of state and government. In this way, you'll be showing to the leaders substantive progress being made in business engagements between the two sides. I'll end here and wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank all of you for your kind attention.
All right then.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am particularly grateful.
Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to the 4th edition of the European Business Summit. I'll say hello again, I think for the 3rd time. But good morning, everyone, and warm welcome to the 4th edition of the EU Africa Business Summit. It's a pleasure to be here, and I guess it is as well for you all. Thank you very much for coming. I am Jerry Fisaya Bambi. I'm a representative of the media partner of the EU Africa Business Summit, African News, and the Euronews Group. I like to describe myself as a storyteller, but also as a journalist telling positive stories about the African continent. on a program called Inspire Africa. Now, let's get this started. Agriculture is a major industry across the world. In Africa, it accounts for a lot of jobs which serve as a backbone of many countries in the continent. Today, some 60% of Africa's workforce relies on the agricultural sector for livelihoods, income, and employment, especially in family farming from the Food and Agriculture Organization. This data is from the Food and Agriculture Organization. The African workforce will grow by 800 million people over the next 30 years. In Europe, the value of everything that the EU's agricultural industry produced in the year 2020 was an estimated 414 billion euros, and that included the value of crops and animals and goods and services. So generating sufficient jobs and incomes to meet demands is one of the biggest political and economic challenges of our time. With more growing populations, there's a growing demand for food production, and that comes amid a new reality, a reality of the African continent and Europe being global partners on an equal footing, and a firmly held acknowledgement of belief that each region must steer its own development. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to declare this session open. I have with me the EU Commissioner, former EU Commissioner for Agriculture, Commissioner Phil Hogan.
Thank you very much, Jerry. And just to set the scene, maybe before you start asking me the hard questions, first of all, I'm delighted to be here at the European Business Summit and to see some people able to get out of the bed in the morning and come listen about agriculture and rural development, which are very important issues, of course, in European Union, but also in the African Union. And we are here to try and see, can we advance relationships and alliances and partnerships and mobilize the private sector as well to work with the public sector, businesses to work in Africa and Europe together, institutes and research organizations to work closer together in order to make it a better place for the people. So you have set the scene very well, Jerry, in relation to the figures, in relation to the importance of agriculture for Africa. And certainly this has motivated me to establish in 2018 with my friend, Mrs. Josepha Saka, the Task Force on Rural Africa. And we reported within a year, which is very unusual for Brussels anyway. I don't know about Addis, but very unusual to report within a year. So we had partnerships between Africa and Europe in developing a positive agenda for transformation of rural Africa. And we had a lot of recommendations, 16 actions. And I suppose it reported in 2019. It was adopted by the EU Ministerial Council in Rome in 2019. So we had all the institutions on board, all the ministers. So what could possibly go wrong? So, of course, the pandemic came.
Indeed.
And we have, of course, as well as change in circumstances, is we have, the issue of sustainability is even higher in the food chain than ever before. So these are the things that happen in the meantime. But nevertheless, there is progress being made in relation to rolling out the 16 actions. And where we are today really is that agriculture was the first African Union EU joint action agenda. And now we have digital, we have health, transport, sustainability and energy all being used along the same model as the agriculture one in order to see how we can make better progress in these areas as well. So the task force report was updated last year. You would think that we could have done more perhaps during the pandemic, even in a virtual way, to set up the platforms and get ready for the post-pandemic era. But I feel we could have done more, and maybe we can rededicate ourselves from today to do more in terms of the implementation of these particular areas of activity. And the principles behind what we were trying to achieve was that we always relied on government to government to make the actions. This is insufficient. We needed business to business, people to people engagement. And this is what we're trying to foster. But also, we don't want in any way, the European Union perspective, is to impose what we believe is the right solutions for Africa. This is not the way it should be. So we have broken up the terms of reference for each side, that policy and projects come from Africa, technical assistance and finance from the European Union. So there's nobody in any doubt about where they stand and who's responsible for what. And that, I think, has worked very well up to now, but the implementation of it has to be speeded up. So also next year is the African Union has designated 2022 as the year of nutrition. So, of course, as we know from the pandemic, this is even a bigger issue. As more and more people with the global supply chains under difficulty, logistical issues, there's a breakdown in terms of getting food to the people, and of course, nutritious food, not just any old food to the people. So finally, I would say that there is need for more action. This week in Brussels, there is a discussion about an initiative called the Global Gateway, which is hopefully additional funding for additional actions. And I think Commissioner Urpilainen will announce this on Wednesday or Thursday this week. And she is certainly very committed to the international partnerships. And the Global Gateway hopefully is another initiative where we can mobilize greater investment from the private and public sector working together for the benefit of Africa.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Organ. Interestingly, you've actually touched on one area of my questions, which I was going to pose. When the EU Commission and the African Union set up a 12-person joint task force, which you mentioned, Joint Rural Africa Task Force in May 2018, their priorities were to promote African food security, transferring skills, climate change adaptation and investment in the continent's agribusiness. You just talked about how that is going. Can you elaborate more specifically on how far it has gone?
Well, I don't think it has gone far enough. I'm going to be a little bit critical of maybe where we could have used the pandemic opportunity to develop the systems, to develop the platforms and the engagement a bit better. But nevertheless, we have at least to have an agenda, and that has the approval of everybody. And hopefully the European Investment Bank and the initiative from the European side on the Global Gateway will now kickstart a new intensification of our efforts. But it will not work without mobilization of the private sector. And the private sector are key towards mobilizing the initiatives and making sure that we have proper partnerships together on the ground. And I was delighted to go to OCP and join with them yesterday in the Polytechnic University in Benguir nearby, and to see the wonderful work that's been done in education on the experimental farm that is transferring knowledge onto the ground, looking at the various products that need to be harnessed in the context of the arid conditions and the soil conditions. This is a good example of OCP partnering with the public sector and other countries and farmers. 1 million farmers now they have engaged in order to get best practice. So this is good for the farmer, good for business, good for employment in rural areas. If we don't have rural development measures and all the connectivity with whether it is our other partners today, Vodafone or whoever, if all the connectivity is not on the ground for the farmers to be able to do the business properly and effectively in the modern way of doing things, well, then we won't be able to get good actions on the ground for farmers, good action for food security for Africa, and good employment prospects for our rural youth.
And when you talk about the modern way of doing things in light of climate change, I think this is what you're talking about, so sustainable agriculture. How do you convince the rural farmer, especially when private sector investment is, how do you convince the rural farmer?
Well, I come from a small farming background in Ireland, and there's only one way I notice that you'll always convince the farmer is through money. So you have to look at this financial supports that you're giving and tailor those supports towards the policy objectives you want to achieve. Farmers are centrally part of the solution. You cannot expect the people that regularly speak about these issues are the NGOs. But I ask the NGOs, are you going to supply the framework and the people in order to implement the policies? It cannot be done. The only people that can do this is the farmer. So you incentivize them with the financial supports in a way that targets what they are supposed to do, but also they have to have an income. And if it's not profitable, or there's not a possibility for an income for the farmer, it won't happen as quickly as it should. So this is where we have to look, as this is what we've done in the European Union under the recent Common Agricultural Policy reform, is we've revised our targets so that the environment and sustainability is at the heart of the actions of farmers when it comes to food and the provision of food. And of course, I think that this is happening in Africa as well. And this is the way it should be.
Indeed, and you said you think this is happening in Africa, but how well is the EU Commission, to the best of your knowledge, partnering with African governments to revise policies such as this?
Well, it's not the business of the European Commission to tell African governments what to do, because this is the sovereign right of every government.
Yeah.
But what we do help through our partners in the African Union Commission, we work together to show what is best practice, what is the objectives that we all share for our planet, for the survival of our people, for in context of very sustainability. And we put forward options for people to be able to assist in the implementation of those policies on the ground. That's as much as we can do. But of course, if the right incentives are there for the private sector, if the right incentives are there for the farmer in the context of implementation of policies on the ground, it will happen. They will be coming to us to look for the various actions to be implemented. And this is the way we have to tailor our supports financially to be able to incentivize everybody to head in the right direction in the interest of the overall common good of society.
Commissioner Organ, I'd like to thank you very much for this brief opening session of the agriculture panel. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, John.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, well, you're still here with me. And I'd like to welcome you again and say thank you very much for listening and being part of this session. I will move on now to introduce my other panelists for this session. But first, we'll go on a quick break and we'll come back.
C'est bon. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, good morning.
Hello. Hello? Yes, I need to know in what order. I don't know if some more panelists, I don't know if some of them are going to come on Zoom. All of these are okay, great. For the okay. All right, great. Perfect. Thank you. Now, in continuation of our discussion on agriculture, smallholder farmers constitute more than 60% of the population of sub-Saharan Africa, and about 23% of sub-Saharan Africa's GDP comes from agriculture. Yet, Africa's full agricultural potential remains untapped. We have heard repeatedly that Africa has large amounts of untapped agricultural lands that could be used to increase production, Some estimates range from 480 million hectares to 840 million hectares. In real terms, market access, population density, and agroecological conditions might actually indicate that there might be around 20 to 30 million hectares. A global trend is that urbanization leads to consolidation of land sizes as people leave rural areas, allowing for more large-scale mechanized farming. On one hand, there is a rising class of emergent farmers who often reside in cities, acquired their land later in life and are relatively well educated. On the other hand, most land is still held by smallholder farmers with less than 5 hectares. And if these farmers are to boost productivity, economic conditions in many regions must improve significantly. Today on this panel, we take a look at ways by which the African agri-food and rural economy can respond to that challenge, particularly for a fairer rural development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to declare open the panel session on agriculture, a stronger agriculture for a fairer rural development. And I'll begin by introducing once again to my left, the former EU Commissioner for Agriculture, Phil Hogan. It's good to have you again with us. To my right, I have the advisor to OCP's chairman and CEO and former chief operating officer of the OCP group, Ilyas El Fali. Mr. El Fali, welcome to the panel session. Thank you very much for being here. And I have online via Zoom, member of the European Parliament, Samira Rafaela.
Good morning.
Also joining us online is Professor Daniel Nahon from the Aix-Marseille University. And I also have online with us Mr. Willy Schultz-Greve, head unit of the DG Agriculture and Rural Development at the European Commission.
Good morning.
So to get this started, I'd like to start with you, Mr. Ilyas El Fali. Your group, yesterday, and we did have interesting conversations. I did have interesting conversations with some members of the OCP group. But first off, let's look at, can you please introduce the OCP? We know that the OCP is a significant player in the agricultural sector in Africa and in Europe, but can you just give us a brief overview of what the OCP is currently doing?
Sure. Thank you, Jerry, and thank you for having me here today. So OCP is one of the leading phosphate fertilizer producers globally, serving agriculture and serving farmers to grow their crops across the 5 continents. You know that phosphorus is essential to life and is essential to agriculture. Morocco is blessed by a significant portion of the world reserves in phosphorus, so we feel the responsibility to be the phosphorus custodian globally, and this is why our motto is bringing phosphorus to life, and bringing phosphorus to life by pursuing mainly 2 main objectives, which represent the challenges of today's agriculture. First one is the global food security, and you know that I mean the global population is growing. It's continues growing. It will reach 10 billion people by 2050, while the arable lands per capita are decreasing. They will decrease by 24 to 25% over the same period. So clearly there is a need for the performance, agricultural performance, to increase, because we cannot afford to accept deforestation and extension of agricultural land. You see, so this is, I would say, the first challenge where plant nutrition is and surely has to play a big role. Second challenge is, or objective, is to support the transition of food systems, and in particular agricultural systems, to an agriculture that more sustainable, that, for example, preserves the soil health. You know that today over 60 or 65% of soils globally are degraded because of erosion, because of lack of nutrients, deficiencies. So that's the first challenge. Second is water management, carbon capture, restoration of biodiversity, and last but not least, and it's been mentioned in your opening word, the improvement of the livelihood of the smallholder farmers, because especially in certain regions like in Africa, they represent 80% of the food production, and we cannot transform the agriculture without focusing all our approach on the livelihood of the smallholder farmers. So you see, this is our, in a nutshell, our philosophy in terms of supporting agriculture. And we believe that in Africa, there are new models emerging specific to African challenges. And we are very excited to support the emergence of those models. And while doing so, we are transforming our group at the same time. Interesting. Just a quick reminder that this session is live online, and you can tweet using the hashtag EUABS2021 on Twitter. I'd like to, can I get to see people online, some of our guests and panelists joining us on Zoom? Well, while we're at that, I'm just going to move, I'll just turn to you now. So I was going to talk about, I want us to look at the historicity and the deepening relationship between EU and the European Union and Africa. And when we look at that, in terms of the current level of trade between the two continents, do you think that, are you impressed by the current level of trade, and how would you describe it in terms when it comes to agriculture? Because we have the European Union being the closest neighbor to Africa. Have we both been able to maximize or to leverage on this proximity when it comes to trade?
Well, Africa is a unique partner for the European Union in respect of much of the products that we need for the creation of our own manufacturing in terms of food processing comes from the ingredients that we get from the African continent, or the inputs that we need, like the products of OCP. We need them to ensure that we have sustainable and committed agricultural competitiveness. All of these issues are important for European agriculture. But we also have special arrangements with the African continent for no tariffs. We've many, many billions of goods from the agriculture and food area and agricultural commodities come into the European Union each year, tariff-free, duty-free, because of this special relationship that we have together. So there's a huge amount. We're by far the biggest trading partner of Africa in terms of food and agriculture. And that's likely to continue. And we wanted to continue in more deeply that the jobs that we can create in Africa from more processing in Africa is hugely important for rural youth. So this is where we want to mobilize the private sector in Europe to work with companies in Africa and work with community leaders and governments to make sure that many of the jobs that are needed in Africa can be created through food and agriculture in Africa.
Thank you very much. Can I have Professor Daniel Nahon now, please?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, I do, except that I can't see you on the screen for now. But since we hear you, not just me now, I think we can all hear you. So my first question to you is this, Professor Nahon. When it comes to the role of science, is scientific progress compatible with sustainable agriculture? And I'm being mindful that I have not actually delved into sustainable agriculture here, but first off, as a professor and one who's been into a lot of research and development. How would you describe scientific progress and its relation with sustainable agriculture? Is it compatible?
Yes, our society have been facing major challenges that threaten our existence. Most of them related to the indiscriminate use of our resources and environmental degradation. Water security, food security, energy security, climate change, loss of biodiversity, and several other ecosystem services are our major societal challenges and will never be resolved as long as each issue is considered independently. These challenges are all global, complex, difficult to resolve, and interrelated with one major cornerstone, our agriculture. Agriculture is at the heart of all these problems affecting the planet. For instance, global agriculture production uses 86% of all global fresh water, but in Africa, this percentage can reach 98%. Agriculture controls the reserves of fresh water, especially those of the water tables and rivers where water is withdrawn for irrigation purposes. Agriculture consumes 4 times more energy than industry. The soil used by agriculture contains 3 times more carbon than the atmosphere and 4 times more than all the plants in the world, which is of paramount importance for the climate evolution. Soils used by agriculture are a huge storage for nutrients and biodiversity, containing over 98% of the genetic diversity of terrestrial ecosystems. This soil biodiversity controls carbon and other nutrient cycling in the soil plant systems. Talk about sustainable agriculture is to try to solve all these issues in a holistic way. But come to think of it, the water cycle is always the same. It is the statutes of the water that changes with less available fresh water and more salt and polluted water. We can therefore solve it through science and innovation. Likewise, the problem of energy consumption can be solved by using renewable energies because the sun, wind, tides, and geothermal energy are inexhaustible sources. Just as destroyed forests can grow back if we protect them, sometimes with more or less long resilience, but they do. The only real agricultural resource that is not renewable is the arable soil. Soil is not a renewable resource at the span of time of human lives. The process of soil formation is very slow, taking up to 1,000 years to form 50 millimeters of soils. On the other hand, soils on average erode 100 times faster than they form.
So Professor Neon, I don't mean to interrupt, but because you're speaking a lot about soils now, and I just want to ask, or it brings me to this question on, is there enough soil to feed the planet?
Oh, Well, we have only 2.5 billion hectares of arable soil. That is 22% of emergent lands. Today, 1 billion hectares cultivated and 3.5 billion pastured. There would remain 900 million hectares of arable lands, but already 300 million are degraded. It is estimated that there are 600 million hectares of arable land remaining in the world to be used to feed our always growing population. And most of them are located in Africa. This is my my answer about.
Thank you very much. Interesting data there, and I'll just turn to you because as a private investor or as a big group, when you hear statistics like this, and as it relates to your work, how well does that work when it comes to planning and when it comes to investment?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as Professor Naon said, Africa is clearly part of the solution and not part of the problem when it comes to global food security. We strongly believe in this.
Most of those lands, arable lands, are in Africa.
Absolutely, we estimate about 65% of global arable lands and exploited arable lands are in Africa, and even the yields in Africa, agricultural yields, are 3 to 4 times lower than the benchmarks. So there is huge room for improvement in Africa, but clearly there are challenges, and there are challenges in my view that can be addressed at 2 different levels. First one is about making sure that the right inputs are available to the farmer, and this entails work on the supply chains, for example. And here we have some interesting, a few interesting experiences. For example, one of the first actions that OCP took is to dedicate a full plant, fertilizer plant of a capacity of 1 million tons per year to Africa, because we noticed that supply chains.
Sorry, I just want to get that again. Can you say that again? 1 million?
1 million ton of fertilizers per year, dedicated fully to Africa in order to provide visibility to our partners down the supply chain to invest in their capabilities, in their logistics, in their storages, so that we improve the efficiency of the supply chains, and we can bring phosphate fertilizers at the lowest cost at the farm gate. So that's one of the examples of the actions that the private sector can take, and that we took 6 or 7 years ago. Another type of actions is partnering with the government to bring customized fertilizers to agriculture, and we've done this in many countries in Africa through soil mapping first, and then testing and launching new products that are more competitive and that increase yields. For example, in Ethiopia, we achieved increases of 30 to 40% yields at the country level, and we're doing so also in other countries in Africa. The second level, I would say, of action is to focus on farmer needs, on farmer pain points, because clearly there are specific problems and problems and issues that need a tailor-made approach, and that's why we created a dedicated subsidiary, OCP Africa, dedicated to Africa, because we need a specific approach to Africa, and OCP Africa today is implementing a certain number of initiatives to focus on the farmer. One of them, the flagship one, is what we call Agri Booster, that Commissioner Hogan mentioned earlier that reached 1 million farmers so far, providing comprehensive and full services to the farmer, from access to finance, to inputs, to training, and even to marketing of their
crops. Yeah.
Absolutely. So this is the kind of initiatives that are necessary to address the African challenges in agriculture, and this is why I think that in Africa we're inventing new models, and this green revolution that we see happening in Africa clearly will not follow the same path as the past green revolutions, because it will have sustainability embedded in it from the start, as Professor Nahon said, through the practices of carbon capture and so on. It will leverage digital, and also it will leverage a lot of R&D and innovation.
Fantastic. And I have with me also on Zoom Samira, MEP Samira Rafaela. If you're here, can you please just say hello?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. It's good to have you with us.
Thank you.
So I'm coming to you now. There's no doubt that political and economic conditions will determine how the agri-food sector and the rural economy will develop, and that includes for Europe. But these are changing times when we bear in mind, in light of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been piling pressure on economies and slowing businesses. Is the European Parliament considering any actions in this light?
Oh, first of all, we need to, of course, see how we get out of this pandemic worldwide effectively. Yes, the European Parliament is definitely very focal on the way out of the pandemic. Even last week, we had a Parliament's debate on the vaccination strategy. And within the EU, I have at multiple stages pleaded for the waiver of patents on vaccines to expand the global production. So far, I see no progress in this. I would say no effective progress, because we risk here that if the rest of the world is left behind, then it is very difficult to continue with our daily lives, but also to continue effectively with trade and doing business again. So this is, of course, a concern of us. The last days, of course, the world was again shocked by the new variant, and we should work now together collectively to make sure that that we come out of this pandemic effectively, because we see it has a major impact now also on the businesses and trade relations nowadays.
So, well, my second question, how can the EU and Africa trade more so that opportunities can deliver inclusive and sustainable growth for all in agriculture?
Yeah, so I think it already became very clear from this panel that agriculture has a very important role to play in the future of the Africa-EU partnership. So I have the true honor to also work on the EU-Africa strategy from next year from the Trade Committee for my group Renew. So 60% of the world's arable land is located in Africa. So taking already that into account, that means that there is a potential to develop strategies that work for climate resilient and green agricultural markets. But this really needs to be based on cooperation and partnership. So we need to see how we can work together to advance sustainable agri-food systems. And I believe that the African Union and the EU can address the challenges together of nutrition, food security, and sustainable farming on both continents. The current challenge in farming in Europe is to ensure that it now contributes to a sustainable solution for the long term. So, for example, in the EU, we have the Green Deal with the Farm to Fork strategy that envisions lifting standards on agricultural practices to reach this goal. And while we here in the EU are raising these standards at home, we as a continent have to be mindful of the external effects of this ambition. So if we talk about effective and good cooperation, We need to see how we can raise standards at the same time, but also making sure that we do that in a cooperative and supportive manner. So that means that the challenges that we are facing today are challenges that concern practices of sustainable circular farming and on both continents. And in my view, we need to work together with countries in Africa to advance the agriculture on the continent within regions, in countries, and especially locally. So that means supporting the development of agriculture in Africa, and to have more food security, as well as the ability to develop a market that can advance the intra-African trade and Africa-EU trade. For example, we are also working now on trade agreements in which we incorporate new sustainable food systems, like, for example, in the Chile Association Agreement. And for example, if we can translate these kind of policies to Africa-EU trade relations, I believe that the main objective for the EU is to make sure that in Africa, agriculture is developed in such a way that it benefits the actors on the ground. So this means that we need to have a cooperative approach towards agricultural products from Africa, where the EU is contributing to the development of the African agriculture, instead of raising our standards and making agricultural trade coming from Africa more difficult. And through certain trade agreements, we can see how we can incorporate these standards and provisions through specific dedicated chapters, for example. And then my last point would be that the EU must not neglect the efforts already in place in Africa. So sometimes our best intentions do not lead to the advancement of agriculture. Take, for example, local farmers in Africa. They have from generation to generation farming skills to adapt to local conditions. And when a method they developed is successful, we must ask ourselves how we can incorporate this method into the mix of agricultural production and international trade in general. So it's also about respecting the culture, respecting the working methods. So I believe that there are a lot of possibilities for the African Union and the EU to work together, but the challenge here is to raise standards at the same time, to cooperate in a supportive manner, and also respect the conditions and the working standards and the methods.
Thank you very much. And I see behind you just a shirt with the inscription Empowering Women. I just wanted to mention that MEP Rafaela is a member of the International Trade Committee, who amongst other topics focuses on the wider EU-Africa trade relations, and she also focuses on the gender dimension of EU-Africa trade. And she also wrote a position paper on gender and trade for Renew Europe. We will come back to the role of women here, especially when as it relates to rural agriculture in Africa. I do not know if I have someone from the African Union with me on the panel session. I'm supposed to have Godfrey,
yes,
Director of. Godfrey is now with us. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Baiwa.
Happy to be here.
Great. So straight into it, hunger is rising in Africa. What does the continent need to do to end hunger and to build resilient food systems?
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Yes, I'm happy to be part of this panel. I guess my comments will build on the comments by Elias from OCP. I do agree with all his comments, but that is basically on the first node of the food value chain. His proposals about boosting productivity through utilization of improved agricultural inputs just tackles the production component of the value chain. So we need to boost production, no doubt, and I agree with Elias, but beyond raising agricultural productivity, we also need to tackle the issue of post-harvest food losses, because in Africa, between 15 and 30% of food is lost through post-harvest losses. And so beyond production, we need to reduce post-harvest losses so that that food is available to consumers. Second, we need to promote intra-Africa trade, more trading among African countries, which now stands at about 15%. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which promises opening up of our borders, we believe that strengthening trading among our member states will help to not only make food more available to consumers across the continent, but through backward linkages, provide opportunities for increased farm production and also raising farm level incomes. And that is a factor of sustainability. But on the consumption side, which is the other side of the value chain, we need to promote safety, food safety, but also promoting the consumption of nutritious food to alleviate the rising malnutrition that you have mentioned in your question. So what we are calling for to address that are two things. One is promoting biofortification of staple foods, especially for indigenous and traditional food commodities, but also calling for industrial food fortification to supplement biofortification so that we can tackle the issue of rising malnutrition. So basically, the summary of it is, as Africa, we are promoting actions across the entire food value chain, from production to post-harvest loss management, to promoting trade within Africa, and of course, outside Africa, to boosting consumption of safe and nutritious food.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Godfrey. I'll just turn to you now. And Africa is excited about the African Continental Free Trade Area, and that is meant to be the largest single trade area or zone if fully maximized. Has there been any look at the potential, and not just the potential now, but ways to maximize that in terms of trade relations now with the European Union or with the European Commission?
Well, I think there has been a lot of collaboration between the African Union Commission and the European Commission about the implementation aspects of the African Free Trade Area. And this has been very positive. But of course, it's a matter for the African Union Commission and the countries in Africa to decide themselves which countries want to be involved in the African Free Trade Area, and they make those sovereign decisions. But we are available at all times in order to give the technical knowledge and the technical advice, if asked, based on our experience in the single market, in order to assist the development, because it's crucial for Africa that we have harmonization of rules, that we have harmonization of regulations, and that we don't have a bureaucratic situation where, we know from experience in Europe that bureaucracy does not actually help you to achieve objectives. So we have to remove all those obstacles to trade. And the African Free Trade Area is a wonderful example of where a project which needs support can actually mean a huge improvement in competitiveness and a huge reduction in the necessary regulation. Because under the European Green Deal, and I think our friends in African Union Commission, we need to engage more on this, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, for example, the new standards and regulations that are coming down the tracks on energy or on food, we need to look at those very carefully, that we don't have unintended consequences. The issue of carbon border adjustment is now under discussion in an intensive way in the European Union. So I think an input from the African Union Commission and companies like OCP are very important, that we don't actually deprive the opportunities that are essential between us in terms of our partnership by some unintended consequences. Of course, reducing emissions is critical for everybody, but we have to do it in a fair way and in a good way that meets our sustainable objectives and at the same time does not cut off the opportunities between us.
So we need to look at ways to collaborate now, because with the African Union.
Absolutely. No, I want to make another point, that when I see the results of our collaboration on food and nutrition, I am somewhat disappointed at times to see that it has come down the food chain, if you pardon the pun, in terms of the importance of food in the overall collaboration and relationships. Because on the Africa Union, European Union strategies, I see, the paragraphs that deal with the important issues. Sometimes agriculture and food gets lost and it goes down the food chain a little bit, even though it's hugely important from the point of view of rural areas and rural youth. And we should be concentrating now on digital and broadband and connectivity, logistics. All of these issues are all part of providing solutions for food security and nutritious food. So I am somewhat concerned when I see from time to time that maybe agriculture is put one side, even though it has a huge and probably one of the biggest contributions to make, and early wins. And of course, critically, what everybody is saying is that how do we create a situation where food is able to be produced on the continent of Africa to benefit the jobs that are needed for our rural youth in all of our countries. And this is the challenge that we want to see European investors now taking action, because we could fill this room with all sorts of good intentions and papers over the years. Now we want to see where the action is and the investment, and loosen up some of the rules in order to make sure that we get the investment that we need quickly.
And speaking about that, when Mr. Baiwa from the African Union was speaking earlier, he mentioned something around post-harvest food losses. And is there, a way to mitigate this, or to have some investment that can actually provide infrastructure, and that can bring down the losses here? Because I would think that what he meant was maybe in transportation, or maybe in the quality of the crops, or of food being produced and storage. So maybe these are opportunities perhaps for investment.
Hugely important issue, and Europe has done a lot of work in recent times in trying to help develop technologies on the circular economy. Because on forestry, as well as in agriculture, there is an unacceptable level of waste. So, but there are now major developments, and platforms are available with funding behind them in order to ensure that we reduce the waste on these areas of activity. So I would say that there is a basis of collaboration, not just from an environmental point of view, but also from a job creation point of view for the circular economy.
Thank you. Just moving on, I'd like to touch on the role of women here now. The contribution of women to labor in African agriculture is regularly quoted in the range of 60 to 80%. It could be much more, but I'm not the expert here. The average female labor share in crop production is estimated at around 40%. Increasing female agricultural productivity is also very important and is very significant to rural agriculture, but also the areas of rights and practices and fair trade when it comes to women being involved. MEP Samira Rafaela, I think I'd love to engage you on this, particularly with your interest in women's in gender dimension of EU-Africa trade. Would you like to speak about this, women's role in rural agriculture? MEP Rafaela, are you still there? Okay, I do not think she's still with us. But then I'll just move on to Professor Neon now. Professor Neon, do we still have you with us?
Yes, I'm here, Jerry.
Thank you very much for still being here with us. So what is the connection between soils and global warming?
Well, we know today that the agriculture accounts for about 50% of global warming, and that this began 8,000 years ago with the expansion of agriculture. The IPCC shows today what we have known for 30 years, that the land warms up faster than the oceans, and that the northern hemisphere, where most land and industry are located, is heating up faster than the southern hemisphere. So the big challenge in climate change is agriculture and water. We now know that wood fires, whether in savanna or forests for agricultural use, produce large quantities of tiny particles of black carbon in the upper atmosphere clouds. The effect of these particles on global warming is greater than that of methane, nitrogen peroxide, and is equivalent to that of CO2. These clouds of black carbon are now modifying the rain cycle of the Chinese monsoon. And we also know that by 2030, Africa will be the world's largest emitter of black carbon. We now know that global warming is playing a feedback on the circulation of currents of the Atlantic Ocean, leading sub-Saharan Africa to endure long periods of unusually hot weather, and that this part of Africa experiences 60% of global droughts and water shortage. We will not stop global warming, but we can reduce it significantly. For this, it is mandatory to change agriculture for a sustainable agriculture.
Thank you very much for that insight into global warming and soil on the planet. I'll come to you now, just turning to my right, Mr. El Fali. It is important to place agricultural cooperation at the heart of the Europe-Africa relationship. So what role can a group like OCP play in contributing to a balanced European agriculture?
Thank you for your question, Jerry. But maybe before answering your question, I would like to follow up on Commissioner Godfrey comment on food loss, because I think I fully agree with what he said, and I think that this issue of food loss has even a greater impact on agriculture than the simple loss of food, because it's a matter of incentive to the farmer to use inputs and to increase his performance. You see, so. What we notice is that in many instances, the farmer does not have the incentive to increase his yields because he does not know what to do with his crop. So this is why the approach in Africa is an approach that's more integrated than the mere supply of inputs, for example. So this is just an illustration of how addressing agriculture in Africa ends up addressing a broader ecosystem around the farmer. Second point is about the fortification of staple food, and here again this is a very important point, because and we as plant nutrition products providers, we are starting to look even beyond agriculture and get interested in the food system, and we're working, for example, on fortified fertilizers, for example, that would and we're working also on what we call orphan crops, which are indigenous crops that's specific to a certain region that need R&D, and that's part of what we are doing with the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic. So this was just to follow up on the the earlier question, but coming back to your question on the role we are playing as an African company that is serving both the African Green Revolution and the European, I would say, agricultural transition, because we've been there in Europe for a century now, supporting the Green Revolution of Europe. And today we're still committed to the food security of Europe. And we are, for example, as Professor Nahon said, the sustainable agriculture is a global challenge, and it's not a local one. And we are applying the same principles in Europe, providing customized fertilizers, high efficiency fertilizers. For example, in Europe, we grew our customized fertilizers sixfold over the last 5 years. We are investing also in our capabilities in Europe in order to be able to serve the farmers' need under all circumstances, and for example, in logistics, storage hubs, and distribution. And this has helped us a lot during the COVID pandemic. During the shutdowns, we were able to still supply the farmers with the inputs they need to grow their crops. We have also we are working also with our industrial partners in Europe, but also directly with cooperatives and farmers to introduce new formulas, more adapted, customized to their soils and to their crops. And we have, for example, another example is the partnership we have with our equity partner Fertinagro Biotech, a European partner working on innovative products for organic agriculture, biostimulant enriched fertilizers, and new products that we are now trying also to extend to Africa. So there is, and by the way, there are also products that we are launching in Africa, for example, some few slow release fertilizers that were dedicated to Africa, and that we today extend to other geographies. So there is a sort of cross fertilization between the region where we are, and this is also how we see our role as a bridge between the best practices
in
that
Europe,
we see emerging in Europe and
in Africa.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
Just a quick reminder as we draw close to the end of this session that you can tweet using the hashtag EUABS 2021. And if I do not know if I still have, we still have with us, we can get in touch with MEP Rafaela. Are you still there?
Yes, good morning. I apologize, but we had problems with the connection, so.
No, it's fine, it's okay. So I wanted to engage you on the role of women and on ways by which we can increase female agricultural productivity, knowing fully well that they constitute a major part of a significant part of rural agriculture in Africa. I do not know about Europe, but could you give some context to this?
Yes, thank you. So one of my first priorities in the European Parliament in the International Trade Committee was to work on gender and trade, because we see a strong, important relationship between how trade agreements benefit women. And I've indeed wrote a position paper on this subject. In the paper, we focus on the role of women in society and how this role can be reinforced through multiple roles in the economy, but also as for example, business owners, employees in companies, because they have a very important social and economic role. And for trade relations, this is important to take into account. So, for example, when we speak about gender and trade, we talk about the necessity of collecting data on how the international trade system functions for them, because through the proper data collection, we can discuss the role of women in trade, we can advance the position, and we can really tailor trade policy to truly work for all the actors involved. So this also includes, when we speak about gender and trade, skills development for women-led SMEs, such as digital literacy, and also expanding the possibilities for women participating in the economy. The general ideas and principles that we have discussed now is definitely also very relevant for the agricultural sector, because there are many women in Africa that run successful companies in the agricultural sector. And it reminds me of different female owners that I have spoken to in Africa, in the agricultural sectors, who are very successful with our company. So you see that a lot of female African owners in these sectors know how to unlock the potential of the companies by engaging with the international trade. They employ many other women in return. They can also learn new skills as farmers, and can provide for an income for their household. So this is an example of how a business engaging with international trade can really benefit women in the agricultural sector. And there are many opportunities there to strengthen, to support the position of women in this sector.
Thank you. For a final one with Godfrey Baiwa. Mr. Baiwa, at the African AU Commission and being the director of the Agriculture Department, very quickly, could you tell us, are there any measures or any initiatives to strengthen female agricultural productivity in rural areas?
Yes, building on Samira's points. So basically, I mean, you started off with the statistics regarding the participation of women in Africa's agriculture, their role in production, and so on. So my supplemental points basically are around ensuring that women have access, secure access to the productive assets. One of them being land. We note that the majority of women that produce food on the African continent do not have secure land tenure. And so as Africa, that is one area that we emphasize, that to support women in ag production, we need to ensure that the land on which they produce, they have secure rights, secure land tenure. So that is one. In order to boost productivity, again, going back to the points Elias mentioned, we need to make sure that women are supported to raise productivity on the degraded soils that that they farm on. As Elias mentioned, that about 75 or 65% of Africa's lands are degraded. That is because of continuous cultivation. So supporting women to have access to productivity enhancing inputs like fertilizers, improved seed varieties will go a long way in supporting them, boosting or maintaining food production on the continent.
Thank you very much, Godfrey Baiwa. I have with us also, who's been in fact with us right from the very start, Willy Schultz-Greve, head of the DG Agriculture and Rural Development at the European Commission. I'm giving you the opportunity now to give us the closing remarks for this panel session. And if you do have any questions, I would take just one or two questions to wrap up this panel. But the floor now to you, Willy Schultz-Greve.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks a lot, Jerry, and to all the panelists for this very interesting discussion, taking stock of where we stand in cooperation and recalling what we need to develop African agriculture in rural areas. Let me make 4 points. First, I think we started with what has changed, and indeed the COVID pandemic has changed a lot. Luckily, we did not ended up in a serious food crisis until now due to COVID, despite the economic impact we have seen. But we also have at global level a very intense discussion about climate change and about food systems. The UN Food Systems Summit took place in September and gave a lot of interesting ideas how to develop the food systems in Africa, in Europe, and globally. My second point is on the objectives for a stronger agriculture and a fairer rural development. I think there we all agree that food security is important. We want to improve food security. We want to work on productivity. But that is not the only thing which we can achieve with agriculture development. We can also create a lot of employment in agriculture and rural areas in Africa by investing in agriculture, by looking at the value chains, and by looking at safe and nutritious food which will be produced and traded within Africa in a sustainable way, contributing to the SDGs and contributing to the economic development in rural areas in Africa. My third point is on the political cooperation, which we touched upon. Commissioner Hogan referred to the Task Force Rural Africa. We work a lot with Godfrey in the African Union, and we have a political cooperation in the international debate on food systems, where the African continent was represented, and the European Union explained about our approach to food systems, and that is notably the farm to fork approach, which is part of the European Green Deal, which we think is the right way to go forward in Europe. And on the African side, we have a lot of programs looking at agriculture and rural development in Africa, the CADEP program, for instance, a lot of strategies which have been developed and where we exchange intensively. For instance, when our agriculture ministers meet every 2 years and talk about experiences, but also in a new task force on COVID, which the African Union set up with the support of the FAO, where Europe is also participating. So there we have the dialogue government to government, which is important, which is also important to set the right conditions in Africa, the right governance structures to attract investment in African agriculture and along the food supply chain. And my last point is on how can Europe support the African development in agriculture and in sustainable farm production. And there we are entering into a new phase of programming for development and international cooperation. Commissioner Urpilainen was there at the beginning, and that is our colleagues all across Africa in the delegations, which will set up in cooperation with their African counterparts in all countries, a new program, multi-annual programs, which will integrate agricultural and food systems aspects and try to promote the Green Deal and the digital also in agriculture and in rural areas. And we are looking forward to specify what can be done better, what more can be done to contribute to the African strategies. For instance, by setting up agri-food platforms where we bring together the governments and the private sector. Ghana was a successful example. For instance, looking at the value chains, including the value we can add by local production, by geographical indications. And we have seen the rooibos in South Africa or the Penya pepper, which is advancing very well in Cameroon now. We look at vocational training, exchange programs. We look at research and innovation. And we look at the food safety aspects in the context of the African Free Trade Area, where we can also share our experience. I think we are on a good track. There is a lot to do, but we are looking forward to continue our cooperation to bring forward a stronger agriculture and a fairer rural development, not only in Europe, but also in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And with those remarks and insight from Willie Schultz-Greff, DG Agri at the European Commission. I'd like to bring this session to a close, to an end. Thank you very much for taking part. A round of applause for all of my distinguished panelists. Thank you. Meet you again.
Oh, hi. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone there. My name is Fifi Peters, and I'm excited to be moderating the next panel discussion. I would have loved to be with you all in Marrakesh today, but alas, COVID-19 has continued to show us who is boss for now with the discovery of this new variant that has meant that travel from Southern Africa is prevented at this stage. Nonetheless, I think that what has happened and what this variant perhaps has done is given us a little bit more time to prepare for our digital future in a post-COVID-19 world, as we know that that is where the future is at, not even headed. And so the conversation that will take place right now will be one that looks at how the automotive sector is preparing for that digital future, particularly looking at the technologies around powertrains and the degree to which they can support the green transition of the car market. So let me introduce you to some of the panelists who will be having this discussion or driving this discussion forward for us, starting with Miss Cristina Miranda Gonzalez, who is the head of unit, the Directorate General of Trade at the EU Commission for Business. We also have Dr. Gainmo Zanamwe, the Senior Manager for Trade Facilitation at the African Export-Import Bank. We have Mr. Badreddin Mansouri, who is the Managing Director for Sub-Saharan Africa at Stellantis. Dr. Marcus Till, the President for the Bosch region in Africa, as well as Mr. Kabelo Raboto, Managing Director for South Africa at Nissan Motor Corporation. Last but not least, Mr. Chiza Charles Chiumia, who is the Acting Director of the Directorate of Industry for Mining and Entrepreneurship at the African Union Commission. And I believe that Chiza and Christina are with you at the physical location. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Hi, I look forward to further engaging, but I think that perhaps let's get the car makers to drive this conversation forward for us at first. And Kabelo, I would like to begin with you, just to understand what is cooking in terms of how Nissan is preparing for the green transition, but I suppose more importantly, what kind of powertrain technologies you guys are currently evaluating to drive or make the transition towards a greener future a lot more smoother. And by the way, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Fifi, and good morning to all your guests. As you're aware, Nissan is a pioneer in electric vehicles. We have demonstrated with the launch of Nissan Leaf in 2010 and also invested a lot in charging infrastructure and energy management system. Today, actually, Nissan unveiled Nissan Ambition 230, which is our vision to empower mobility and beyond. We put electrification at the core of our company's long-term strategy. So with Nissan Ambition 230, we aim to accelerate the electrification of our vehicle lineup and the rate of technology innovation. We're investing almost 2 trillion yen, or about $18 billion over the next 5 years. During this period, we'll launch about 23 exciting new electric models, of which 15 of them will be full electric vehicles, and aiming to have 50% of our sales by 2030 being actually electric vehicles. So we are driving this transformation, and we believe and committed to actually ensuring that the transition happens and happens very quickly.
Just a follow-up question, Kabelo. I did see the news out of Nissan this morning, and out of that commitment, the financial commitment of $18 billion, how much is targeted for the continent's electrification process?
I think a lot of the investment will go in the development of the vehicles, as well as manufacturing or creating manufacturing facilities, particularly of electric batteries. At this stage, with regard to Africa, we're looking and having engagements, particularly given the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, to creating production hubs, working with the AAAM, which is the African Association of Automobile Manufacturers. So a lot of that investment will, over the years, be actually explained as to what we're able to create within the African continent.
Okay. Okay. Badrine, to bring you in here, sir, also as a car maker from the company, I believe that was created at the start of this year, following the emerging of quite a number of significant entities to create Stellantis. But nonetheless, just drive us through your strategy as Stellantis for the continent, the comment rather on powertrain technology and how Stellantis is thinking of using it to support the green transition.
Thank you, Fifi. Good morning or evening, wherever you are connected from. It's an honor for Stellantis to be with you today, and for us to have the opportunity to comment on such hot topic. Well, Stellantis obviously has, maybe if you allow me to, as you rightly said, we're quite recent under this new umbrella, but we're quite old under our heritage. So what is Stellantis? Stellantis is basically the 14 iconic brands, automotive brands, which basically are powered by the diversity of our people and our product. Our vision for Stellantis is to become a leader in mobility solutions. And in fact, since we're talking about investments and facts and figures, we validated and announced in July this year a 30 billion investment that should allow us to have a fully electrified lineup factor 14 brands by 2025. So we're fully engaged in EV transition under I would not say constraints, but under the guidance of the regulators, not only in Europe, a bit everywhere, which is, I think, a good thing. And in Middle East and Africa, we have a profit pool of 80 countries covered. And we definitely aim at bringing such technologies, be it hybrid or full electric, to the continent. There are obviously some prerequisites to be able to do so. And I think this is what we're here to discuss. And I think it's a great opportunity for the continent to be able to exchange views, opportunities, and pre-requirements. So really excited to discuss about it.
All right. All right, Badrine, I couldn't help but notice you looking at Christina there when you were talking about the guidance of the regulations, and it's something that perhaps we'll get to in just a moment. Before we do, however, Marcus, again, sir, good morning to you. And just given Bosch and the significance of Bosch in supplying some of these technologies to the car industry, can you just talk to us about what you have seen, particularly when it does come from the continent with a variety of different cars on the continent for customers with a variety of different needs? What is Bosch seeing on the ground by way of how the continent is preparing for its green future based on the orders and demand that are coming from your stores?
It's questions for me, right, Fifi?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So look, you're right to point out that we have a very broad diversity of countries in Africa, and usually we tend to apply one comment, one analysis, one diagnosis to the whole continent, where in fact we have an outstanding and unbelievable diversity within our own continent. So I think this is the first point. In fact, at Stellantis, we have constituted 4 different clusters to be able to map what we call EV, so electric vehicle readiness in the continent. So you have countries which are engaged in the transition through regulation change, taxation incentives, ecosystem development, ability to produce and to offer electricity to a large ratio of the population. And this goes all the way to the fourth cluster, which are basically countries with a low number of new vehicle or used cars sold or transactioned every year, and limited ecosystem and limited purchasing power. So I think that, Fifi, covers part of your question. Now, on the ground, what do we see? I think the first,
if I can just jump in. So thanks so much for being a sport in fielding the question. So from what I'm seeing, I thought it was Marcus popping up asking, is the question for me? Because the question was actually directed towards Marcus Till, but thanks so much.
Sorry, Marcus.
It's okay. We're gonna make the best of this situation, this hybrid discussion. But nonetheless, Marcus, just give us a bit of insight in terms of what Bosch Africa is seeing on the ground and how some of your clients are preparing for the green transition based on the orders coming in. So. Dr. Till, you are on mute. Can you kindly unmute yourself for us? Okay. We are having a bit of difficulty in hearing you, sir. I'm going to move on to the next speaker. What I would ask perhaps is the technical assistance just to make sure that Dr. Marcus's sound challenges presently are sorted, and then we'll come back to him. I suppose as we do wait for that to happen, let us get into some of the regulatory framework that is currently guiding the development of the automotive sector on this continent. And Christina, I think that this is a nice point to bring you in, ma'am. If you could just speak broadly about the support of the EU in terms of trying to support the development of the car market here on the continent, and what the regulatory framework of that support looks like, ma'am.
Many thanks, Fifi. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to participate in this panel today. And I would like to start my introductory remarks by making a reference to the importance of two elements to develop the automotive industry in Africa. Namely, I want to speak about the importance of trade and investments. And let me start by making a very important point. For the European Union, it is of major importance to scale up our engagement with the African continent and African states on trade and investment. This is at the core of our agenda. The European Commission has adopted recently the Trade Policy Review Communication. This is our roadmap for the policy strategy in the coming years. And this communication has flagged the only geographical focus that has flagged as a priority is precisely Africa. So this is not a coincidence. We are very committed to make this agenda be implemented in practice. The communication aims at stepping the engagement with African continents and countries in order to unlock the economic potential and diversification through four main headlines. The first one is that we want to establish a policy dialogue and cooperation with the African Union, particularly to implement the African Continental FTA. The second one is that we want to deepen and widen our trade arrangements with Africa. Currently, there are 4 association agreements with North African countries and 5 economic partnership agreements with Sub-Saharan African countries. We want to make use of them to the full extent. And we also want to enhance the sustainability of these agreements. The third strand of work is that we want to make use of the synergies among these trade arrangements to unlock the potential of the development of the different sectors. Particularly, we want, for instance, to look at the harmonization of rules of origin, something which is very relevant for the automotive sector. And we would like to focus on some other sectorial priorities. Automotive is one of them, but there is also agri-food, textile, and the pharmaceutical industry. And the fourth strand of work is that the European Union has recently opened up a new kind of agreements. We have started negotiations of sustainable investment facilitation agreements. This is something completely new. And the very first country in the world with whom we have engaged in such a negotiation is with Angola, an African country. And we want to open negotiations with other African countries as well. So it is of clear interest, a strategic interest of the European Union to enhance our trade and investment partnership with Africa in view of our proximity, the economic ties, and our shared values. It is not a coincidence the European Union is the first aid, trade, and investment partner for Africa, and we want to remain to be your first partner. And to do that, we want to establish a permanent dialogue with you. And here it comes the point that Fifi was making about the importance of the regulatory framework. It is obviously a major driver to develop the automotive industry in the continent. And we want to establish a more formal dialogue with the African Union on the regulatory framework, bringing in the private sector. So the automotive sector requires trans-border trade, requires cross-border supply chains, and also economy of scales. And this is very important. And this is also where trade agreements come in. We see the existing trading blocks in Africa as instrumental to develop the automotive industry. Let me think about the ECOWAS, the East African Community, the COMESA, the Eastern and Southern Africa. And of course, in that context, the implementation of the African Continental FTA is going to be a game driver. So fighting against the breakdown of regions and going ahead, a single market and regional integration is fundamental to unleash the potential of the automotive sector. And I will come later again to the regulatory questions, Fifi, but this is going to be already too long for my introductory remarks. Thank you very much.
That's perfect. We'll come back to you in just a moment also, Christina. Marcus, I see your hand. I'm coming to you in just a moment. So let's just get the other side of the view in terms of the regulators, and just hear from the AU. Shiza, I believe that you are there on the ground sitting next to Christina, and just to give us a sense of how the AU is thinking about the development of the automotive market from a policy framework that will enable the development to be a successful one.
Thank you, Fifi, for allowing us and giving us the floor this morning from this side. Let me first of all begin by thanking Mr. Tyson and the entire team at EBS for continuing associating the African Union Commission in these important summits. The African Union Commission is actually shifting towards more engagement with the African private sector. That's why we are very proud to be here. We think there is need to make sure that there's that connection between the policy making process and the implementation that happens on the ground. And when it comes to issues like this, it's actually the private sector that are supposed to take a lead. So we are really delighted to be part and parcel of this summit. Now, coming to the question that I have been asked about the policy area, when it comes to the automotive industry. I will just go back to the previous panel that was discussing agriculture. They made an important point about availability of agricultural resources. They mentioned arable land, and I think we had the private sector here in Morocco talking about the availability of phosphorus. So when it comes to the automotive industry, and especially about the transition to EVs, Africa also stands at a good point, because most of the ingredients that are needed in the EV sector very much readily available in Africa. So you're talking about your cobalt, where countries like DRC have got 70% in terms of resource endowment of cobalt itself. And then we have lots of copper, graphite, and manganese, among others, which are very critical in the production of electric batteries. I think he will correct me, lithium ion, I think that's what is used. So we have these resources available in the continent. But now, how do we move from there going forward? The interesting thing is that this is coming also at a time when the middle class in Africa is growing. That means there could be a market for EVs going forward as well. So from the African Union point of view, what we need therefore is to make sure that we have adequate policies that speak and amplify this. But before I go on, I need to caution a little bit here to say that I would love to have that quick transition from ICE, which is internal combustion engines, directly to EV. I think there's also need to allow for that gradual graduation of African countries to give them time and
Hello?
In terms of the pace, so for them to catch up to that level. So I think that is an important element that I think needs to be taken on board in regards to that. The African Union Commission is really engaged in that regard. So we want to make sure that we have policies that will enable this transition to happen, one of which is the market. Christina has talked about the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I think what that market does, what that agreement does are two things. Number one, it makes sure that there is uniform regulation in terms of trade in all the sectors, including the automotive industry. So there's uniformity of regulation through harmonization of the requirement. The next thing, what the African Continental Free Trade Area does is also to increase the markets. We are talking now that if you have a plant anywhere in Africa, you'll be able to produce not for that specific geographical location, but you'll be able to produce for the whole continent going forward. So again, when it comes to automotive, the African Union has actually mandated the African Union Commission itself to work what now is called the AAAM. This is the Africa Automotive Manufacturers Association, to work on a draft continental automotive strategy. And that's what we are working on. And that is going to make sure that there's that uniformity in terms of policies and regulation across the continent. So there's also a lot of
can I leave you on that point? Can we just stay on that point? And it is encouraging to hear that there is fresher policy being worked on, and I really look forward to the outcome and the development of it. But let's just get Dr. Marcus back on. I think that he is on, as you did mention, the private sector and the support that the private sector would need to play in enabling the gradual transition towards this greener future. Marcus, just your views?
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope one can hear me now. We always have an issue between Zoom and our firewall. That's why I've also now kept my video off to make sure that the connection stays well. So let me first raise or mention one point. I'm also the vice president of the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers, and I'm obviously also then very much trying to help our agenda for the continent, which is building a sustainable African automotive industry. And so let me just maybe also put a few figures and facts again to the panel. And that is that today we roughly have 1 million new vehicles sold on the continent and something in between 4 and 10 million used vehicles. So we have a vehicle park today somewhere between 50 and 150 million vehicles, which are the average age is between 8 and 15 years. So all of these are definitely, and very often, because it's imports from the rest of the world, and some an African president has said Africa is becoming the junkyard of the world, where catalysts are actually taken out before it is exported, for example, from Europe. There was now a study by the Dutch government. And And if we wanted now to change all this vehicle park into a green vehicle park, and green could also already mean maybe Euro 3, Euro 2, Euro 4, because very often we have Euro 0 or Euro -2 in the vehicle park today in Africa. It would take between, if I say the 1 million new vehicles and 150 million vehicle park, it might take 200 years to exchange everything. So what we want to do as the African automotive industry is not only then also replace all of these vehicles with modern vehicles, whatever the powertrain would be. Definitely it will be better than what is rolling around today, and also much more secure vehicles. That is an element that we should also possibly discuss, that very often wheels may fall off, so may the prop shaft, tires burst if we have, let's say, junkyard which is imported into Africa. And so what we are also very much lobbying for is that all of these used car imports from the rest of the world should be significantly reduced, or at least only vehicles which are roadworthy and clean should actually be allowed to be exported to places like Africa. And the 300,000 road deaths or even more that we have in Africa per year might then also be avoided. So having 5 million new vehicles, that's our vision, to be built at least by 2030, 2035 in Africa, for Africa, modern vehicles, whatever the powertrain would be, and creating maybe 15 million direct jobs, 75 million indirect jobs. That is our vision. And that's where we also would very much like to work with the European Union. And I was very happy to hear that also with the previous panel, all this single market experience that the European Union has had over the past decades, how to actually accelerate that in the African Union so that the African Continental Free Trade Area will really work. And we need the economies of scale. We need the 5 million vehicles to be produced so that we as a supplier, and with an internal combustion engine, the numbers are much lower than with an electrical vehicle, for example. And I'm not sure now with a hydrogen electrical vehicle whether they might be slightly lower. We need much more scale if we move also to an electrical paradigm in Africa to be able to enable an African automotive industry, and thereby then also enable a much more sustainable, much greener vehicle park in Africa going forward.
All right. Okay. If time does allow, I'll certainly come back to you just to find out how exactly we can realize that vision that you're talking about, Marcus, particularly when you refer to the creation of those millions of jobs that we desperately need, particularly after the economic wreck of the pandemic, but nonetheless, gain more so. Let us get you in here as well, because if we're talking about this electric paradigm, we know that it will need funding and it will need money to realize. And I'd like to understand how Afreximbank is looking at financially supporting the transition across the entire value chain.
Thank you very much. And well, from Afreximbank, I think what I want to highlight is that we have been working with the automotive players, the African Union, as well as the AFCFTA Secretariat, to see how best to develop the automotive industry in a sustainable manner. And what we actually discovered was that for us to be able to develop the automotive industry, Africa has got 55 countries. And we actually realized that it will probably not be possible or even desirable to have an automotive plant in each and every country. We came to the conclusion that we probably need to work together, collaborate along regional value chains to actually develop the automotive industry within the continent. And when we had to deep dive to actually try and understand what are the challenges affecting the development of the automotive industry, we actually realized that one of the major constraints was the lack of national or continental automotive policies and programs. So that's the starting point. And if you just look at what is happening in Ghana, it's a clear demonstration of the role of policy. Ghana was able to put comprehensive automotive policies and programs in place, and they managed to attract so far 3 big OEMs that are now going into Ghana. So picture it now from a continental point of view. Even for financial institutions, if we want to go in and provide support, we need that regulatory environment that will also allow the OEMs, the component suppliers to go in. And there's also the issue of the second-hand cars that my colleague Marcus talked about. It's a key component that is critical even for financing, because most of those vehicles that are coming in, the engine is probably from Toyota, the board is Nissan, and God knows what else the other components. You don't even know what you are dealing with. It may be a vehicle that was manufactured for a cold climate. You get it in Egypt, in the desert. So you cannot even start financing. So we need to first put order. When we have got order, when we engage with the original equipment manufacturers, when we engage with the component suppliers, we can then try to understand their financing requirements. We work with them to come up with affordable vehicle financing, which will allow the production, in my view, of a cheaper and affordable model. And we are talking about the transition to electronic vehicles. We really need to make sure that those electric vehicles that are manufactured for the African continent are affordable. And we also need to ensure that we work with all the players, the distributors, the consumers, to make sure that all the players have got support they need. The bank has basically taken a lead in this area. We have provided a 1 billion automotive financing facility to support the development of the automotive industry. We are doing this in the context, of course, of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And just recently, we were in DRC, where we were talking about the battery value chains and the move towards electronic vehicles. DRC has already made its mind. They want to start producing battery precursors, and then they will be eventually moving to the production of batteries and electronic vehicles. They've got all the metals that have been mentioned, from the cobalt, the nickel, the manganese, the lithium. They have it all. And what we are now working on are the modalities now to get investors into DRC to start manufacturing those battery precursors and the battery value chain. And if I may conclude by just saying that DRC is interesting in the sense that we are all talking about all these carbon emissions and what have you. We see DRC as a solution country. It has got the hydro. The Inga Dam project is now going to be expedited to provide the electricity that is needed. So if you connect the dots, I believe that Africa is now ready to participate in this critical industry. Yes, we need a gradual, a transitional period, as my colleague has highlighted, but there are some countries that are willing to probably move faster and address this challenge head on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as you have just explained, I mean, some countries that are in the position to even leapfrog some of these challenges. But in the interest of time, could I just ask the speakers for just a concluding remark on this particular issue? We are unfortunately fast running out of time, but I thought that perhaps acknowledging some of the challenges presently, the issues around importations and, you know, the issues regarding ensuring that the continent doesn't become a scrapyard, some tweaks that perhaps need to be made around policy and ensuring the policies are a lot more harmonized nationally and regionally, and also the areas in which perhaps we can afford a lot more collaboration between the private and the public sector. So with that said, I would just like to ask each speaker to give their view on going forward, how can we be more impactful in developing a sustainable automotive sector on the continent? Kabelo, starting with you, sir.
Thank you, Fifi. I think one of the topics that most of my colleagues have raised talks to having a supportive regulatory framework. It's quite critical because as OEMs, we need to be able to have auto policies that are in place to ensure that the investment that we put in those particular markets can actually be able to ensure that we become competitive, but also be able to create the impact that is required. So I think from our side, a regulatory framework would go a long way in ensuring that we have a sustainable business, but also we can create regional production hubs. Because as Gaimo was explaining, not everybody needs to manufacture, but we can all participate in the value chain. And only through a legislative framework would we be able to, one, prevent or reduce the influx of used cars, which are not necessarily designed for the South African African conditions, and also then ensuring that we protect and encourage more investment in those particular markets.
All right, so for you, it's a supportive legislation framework. Badarin, also as a car maker, what would be more impactful in developing our industry in a more sustainable way from Stellantis' point of view?
Thank you, Fifi. I think there are many initiatives that needs to be conducted, I think, in a coherent and collective manner. If we speak concretely now, concretely, I think first measure that we would recommend, I think, and which was taken boldly by some of the African countries, was to reduce or constrain the importation of used cars. Ivory Coast this year is going to double this year the new vehicle importation total industry. And what happened doing this? So you get safer cars on the road, you get cleaner cars on the road. This has allowed to create jobs. So now in Abidjan, and not only in other parts of the country, you have Uber-like companies which has established themselves and which are offering jobs to people driving those new cars which got imported. So I think this is one of the, and this did not happen only in Ivory Coast, it happened in other countries in the continent. So I think there is a positive circle putting restriction on used car importation. I think that's the first point. Second point, which is very important, is, I think it was mentioned by Gain Moore, this is a very important point for the regulators across the continent. There is no way that all the manufacturers can, unfortunately, have one factory in each of the every 55 countries of the continent. This will not happen. Just to give you an idea, the 45 countries of the sub-Saharan continent, so anything below Morocco and Egypt and above South Africa, have, believe it or not, a total industry volume of new vehicle sales of 80,000 units a year. This is our projection for this year. This, to give you an idea, is half of what is sold in another African continent, which is Morocco. And Morocco is also far behind, let's say, and this is the potential of the market, but other continents globally. This is just to show you the potential. But on the other hand, we have a huge number of cars which are being, I'm not saying dumped, yeah, because it's not maybe appropriate to say so, but which are coming from the US, the GCC, Europe, Fifi. And these cars are, we have to be honest, they are unsafe. They are unsafe. They are not adapted for our continent, for the fuel quality we have in the continent. If we are even more concrete, you take certain cities in Africa, the diesel quality in certain cities in Africa is reaching 10,000 ppm of sulfur, 10,000 ppm. Give you an idea, the cleanest diesel you find is in Morocco, for instance, today is at 50 ppm. In Europe, you're just below 10 ppm. We're at 10,000 ppm. So imagine you put an engine which has to take very clean diesel in an ecosystem where you have 10,000 ppm of sulfur in such engine. it will blow. It will not work. So now, if we are even more concrete, Fifi, on the topic, what needs to happen? And this is what I like about our continent, and I am lucky enough to be both European and African, so I can comment freely without being taxed of being on a side more than the other. What is very important, I think, and what I like about Africa is that we love to jump and to surprise milestones which people think we're gonna cross. Yeah. So in Europe, I think it was mentioned by Marcus, constraint was put on OEMs, on manufacturers, and we went from Euro 4, Euro 5, Euro 6A, B, C, D, and cleaner engines were produced by us, by OEMs, to be able to lower CO2 emissions. So everybody, Fifi, and that will be my conclusion, I promise. So everybody thinks that we're going to follow those steps, yeah? But in fact, we're not, probably not. We're going to jump like we did in many other areas. And here I really invite us collectively to think how we can provide the ecosystem, the regulation, the means to be able to develop a sustainable ecosystem built around electrification. And Fifi, just one point, you will tell me in Africa, we have big oil producing countries. So why would they use oil to produce electricity to charge cars to drive on the road? Well, we know that oil reserves are not eternal. Yeah. So for sure, we need to prepare for the future. We have in Africa hydropower, in Ethiopia, we have solar power. So for sure, this needs to be put together, and we need to come up all together with a solution to prepare for the future.
Definitely. All your points well noted. Apologies for rushing you. It's just there is a program that needs to operate. Thank you. I think the point that I'd like to take is just the importance of protecting the local market from cheaper and unsafe imports. Just could I ask the rest of the speakers to be very brief in their concluding remarks, perhaps keep it to a minute, just in the interests of time. Dr. Marcus, your final thoughts, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually want to appeal to everyone to keep an open mind and not to be ideological. I mean, we need to, and you asked me before that, in the aftermarket, even lead acid batteries, we need to keep them in cool houses in West Africa because of the climate. So if we're then talking about lithium-ion batteries, I don't even want to know whether these things might even explode. I mean, now to exaggerate a little bit, hydrogen could be in abundance in Africa. And we've not touched upon that, and also the Japanese OEMs in terms of hydrogen powertrains, for example, trucks, buses, but even possibly for passenger cars. And we have got gas. Gas is much more fuel efficient. It can be much cleaner than what we are driving around today. And if we also would probably go into an end scenario, and by 2050, 2060, if we have enough electricity. I mean, today we've got blackouts even or rolling load shedding in South Africa. So if we then want to load even charge cars, I think the whole discussion about a clean powertrain and the journey to an electrical paradigm also in the African continent needs to be thought through in much more depth and detail. And we as African Association of Automotive Manufacturers actually want to do that, and are also counting on the European Union counterparts to see what makes sense, both in terms of macroeconomy, affordability, as well as ecological aspect, because we need to optimize powertrain in all of these three dimensions and not overemphasize a single one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. An open mind and not to be ideological about solutions. Gaynor, your final thoughts?
Yes, thank you very much. I think I agree with the sentiments that have been expressed, but what I want to highlight is that when we are talking about second-hand cars, I think I want to emphasize that we want to create our own African market of second-hand cars and not importing second-hand cars from abroad. There will still be a market of second-hand cars, but these are cars that are going to be manufactured within the continent. The other point that I want to highlight is that this is all about collaboration. As we enter now into the implementation of the AFCFTA, we need to ensure that all the countries, even though they don't have a manufacturing plant, they should feel part of the automotive value chain. We are conducting a study on regional value chains, starting with West Africa, and we will extend it to the entire continent next year to see how all the other countries can actually be involved in the automotive value chain. We also worked with the German entity, PTB, which has actually partnered with us to harmonize standards in the automotive sector. We have so far harmonized 42 standards. This is very critical to address some of the issues that have been highlighted in terms of emission, etc. But a lot more work still needs to be done. In conclusion, I just want to call upon all the players, OEMs, the EU regulators and other players to work with Africa in a win-win situation to develop the automotive sector in a viable manner. We are ready to provide the financing. We are ready to partner with the relevant EU financial institutions to ensure that we use this opportunity to implement the AFCFTA and ensure that the continent benefits from trade and investment. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And just final thoughts from the regulators on stage. Again, to the speakers, could you kindly keep the responses to a minute? Please, Christina, from a trade and investment point of view, ma'am, what are your final thoughts on being more impactful in the development of our car market here on the continent?
Thank you, Fifi. I will be very brief, and I would like to refer to two things in my concluding remarks. First, I want to react to the concerns that have been flagged about the export of end-life vehicles to Africa. Let me reassure you that the European Union, the European Commission, wants to see the streetscape in Africa not dominated by used cars, but on the contrary, we want to see modern, sustainable cars in Africa. Just to give some examples of how the European Commission is addressing these concerns, this week there has been a waste regulation proposal adopted by the European Commission to address some of the issues of the legally labeling of end-life cars as used cars. There will be also next year a new proposal on the end-life vehicles. We are working on it. It will be adopted normally by the end of 2022. And we are bringing together with the African Union, we are bringing these questions to the upcoming meeting of the UN Environmental Assembly in the month of February 2022. So this is just to react to your concerns, and I'm very grateful that we could share this. And then as concluding remarks, I would like to make as a concrete looking forward proposal. I think we have to work more on the regulatory framework. We have to establish more dialogue in order to see how to adopt more harmonized standards to work on homologation. So I think we as European and African Union Commission, we have to promote that dialogue on policy making. I think we have to explore the possibility to focus as one of the priority sectors on the automotive. And my concrete proposal is the following. This event makes part of the broader preparation of the African Union, European Union Summit, which is confirmed on the 18th of February. It will be preceded by the Europe-Africa Business Forum. And this event today, the EBS event, makes part officially of the set of preparatory events that will organize that big event, which is confirmed on the 16th and 17th of February. It's going to be an hybrid event, partly physical in Brussels with 2,000 participants, but we aim at connecting up to 6,000 participants to the event. There will be, of course, a specific panel on automotive. And my proposal to you, Charles, is what if we can work together with the industry, particularly with AAAM, to agree on a memorandum of understanding to enhance the cooperation, to discuss more on policy making, to ensure the transfer of knowledge and technologies between the manufacturers in Europe and Africa, particularly aiming at promoting investment in mobility, sustainable mobility in Africa. Let's work on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fifi.
Thank you. And Shiza, just a minute, sir, please, a minute just to respond briefly. I understand that you will be speaking quite a lot more at the upcoming summit in February, but just your response, sir.
Thank you so much. First of all, just to welcome the proposal from the EU, and we'll be taking that forward. But just to conclude, I think everybody is concluding with two issues. I also want to do that. Number one is I think we need to continue looking at the issues of policy coherence across the continent. I think the private sector highlighted that as one of the challenges, that we need to make sure that the policies are coherent. Then across the continent, I think we need policy cooperation, which I think is a solution. But I think at the end of the day, we also need to make sure that we have an ecosystem that also functions properly. So I'm looking at investments. We are at the business summits and we have to talk investment. So we have to look at investment. In the past, we talked about research and development, but I think that now is changing to research and innovation is very important. And then the issue of skills development, because all the EV that we are talking about, it will require skilled population, African population, to work in those new sectors. So I think skills development is also very key for the continent, including the issues of tooling Africa with new technologies that are needed in this sector. So with that, I would also end here. Thank you.
Thank you, wonderful. And just on that point, I think that we're going to park this conversation here for now. We have heard what is working. We've heard all the areas in which we can improve to drive the continent forward, the cars market forward at a better and a smoother pace. But I'd just like to thank all my panelists. I'm going to give everyone a round of applause. I don't quite know what the situation on the ground is, but nonetheless, thank you to everyone who has been listening virtually, as well as who is in attendance physically from Marrakesh. But from myself, Fifi Peters, and the rest of the panel at this stage, handing you back to the organizers.
You know, that's, okay, I'm on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Mika. I want to finish at one, yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah.
Oui, c'est bon. Merci.
Oui, c'est ça. Oh, Dieu. Toujours une lettre. Non, ils n'ont pas besoin de lettres, ça. Tiens. Oui, et j'espère que je vais retourner à Bruxelles. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to our panel on the green transition. For the next 60 minutes, we'll be exploring how international solidarity and the circular economy can enhance the use of renewable and sustainable energy sources. I'm Shada Islam. I'm here in Marrakesh today. I'm an independent EU analyst and commentator, normally based in Brussels. Friends, we live in very challenging times. The COVID-19 pandemic is still around, and it has shown how interconnected and interdependent we really are. And of course, there is disagreement and there is discord in this world. But there is one thing that I think we all agree on, and that is the urgency of action for the climate emergency. That is one thing we agree on. And this year has been an important year for acts on climate change, for combating climate change. We've just had the COP26 conference in Glasgow, and also the conference on international biodiversity as well. Progress was made at these conferences, but not enough, of course. Our ambitions are still very high, and the work goes on. In fact, the work becomes more urgent. The green transition is part and parcel of Agenda 2030 of Sustainable Development Goals, and also very high up on the African Union's Agenda 2063. The EU has its Circular Economy Action Plan to deliver the European Green Deal. The Green Deal goes global, if you like. And as they develop their unique and special partnership, the European Union and Africa are also sharing their experiences, their best practices for ensuring this green economy, this green transition. So we're going to explore all these different facets of our cooperation, of the challenges that we face as we step up the fight against climate change. So we're very happy to welcome online Patrick Child. He's Deputy Director General at the European Commission's Environment Directorate. Really, really happy to have Patrick with us today online. We also have Mr. Stephen Stone. He's Deputy Director, Economy Division of UNEP, the United Nations Environment Programme, also joining us virtually. Ali Zerouali, Director of International Cooperation at Mazen, is luckily with us here in the studio at our conference here in Marrakesh. And Federico Maria Gratti, Head of Agro-Energy Service at ENI, is also joining us virtually. But we're going to have a fascinating conversation into a very, very important issue. So let's hear first from Patrick Child. Patrick, let's hear your keynote address giving us insights into the circular economy plan of the European Union. Welcome.
Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and Shada, it's great to see you again also. Delighted to participate in today's EU-Africa Business Summit. Deeply regret that I can't be with you in person. I've been very much looking forward to coming to Marrakesh, but I'd like to congratulate the organizers on the magnificent technical support for our remote participation. And to kick off this discussion around the circular economy, I'd like to highlight in particular three main messages. Firstly, that Africa is a really top priority for us in this agenda and more generally, of course. Africa is Europe's closest neighbors, and the ties that bind Africa and the European Union are broad and deep, resulting from history, proximity, and our very considerable shared interest. The European Union is Africa's largest trade and investment partner and a key supporter of the African Continental Free Trade Area, in which we have mobilized already more than 70 million euros by the end of 2020. And as we look at the post-COVID green and digital transition that we're all grappling with and our future green deal agenda, and as we're striving to build back better, I'd like to express that rather as build back greener, with the circular economy at the central role in what we're trying to achieve. The European Union has a huge amount of experience to share on circular economy policies in Europe, and we're keen and determined to scale up engagement with African countries in the development of our circular economy agenda. And I'd just like to look back a moment from the highly successful meeting of our foreign ministers in Kigali a few weeks ago, which sets, I think, a very positive and clear agenda for our deepening partnership on the future green transition, covering, of course, the related topics, the indissociably joined up topics of climate, environment, and biodiversity, but also encouraging us to focus on the circular economy, oceans, and the opportunities of the blue economy, as well as the challenges that face biodiversity as we navigate the transition from the COP26 on climate in Glasgow a few weeks ago to the future COP15 on biodiversity at the beginning of next year. And I believe that success in all of these areas requires a focus not only on education and skills, research and innovation into new technologies, but also and above all, a real focus on our combined objective of sustainable and resilient societies where no one is left behind. And that brings me more specifically to my second message, which is about the circular economy as a, if I can put it like this, a triple win for businesses, covering opportunities that are both economic, environmental, and social. The circular economy offers amazing opportunities for economic development, value creation, and investment in skills. With the COVID-19 pandemic continuing to force countries across the globe to restructure economies, Africa, I believe, is in a very strong position to take advantage of these emerging opportunities. And we see that already sustainable practices can deliver multiple economic benefits. Local job creation as we develop new systems and value chains for the reuse, repair, manufacturing, collection, and recycling of goods and materials. Cost savings as we create value from waste and reduce the pressure on the vitally scarce natural resources in our planet, and also improving competitiveness and boosting market penetration. And we think that by 2030, the combined GDP in Africa could be increased by as much as 2.2% in the scenario of a full development of the circular economy, compared with the present business as usual situation, creating in the process by 2030 approximately 11 million new jobs. And so we see that as the ongoing green transition and our reinforced efforts to improve the environmental and climate conditions in the world, new technologies develop rapidly, offering opportunities for businesses in both the European Union and also in African economies. And at the social dimension, the transition to more circular economy economic models can contribute to different African priorities, including diversification, sustainable industrialization, job creation, and poverty alleviation, as we work together on pollution reduction, climate change mitigation, and the sustainability of Africa's rich and diverse natural resource base. And so my third point and final message today is to welcome the huge efforts that are emerging in Africa to develop and build your Green Deal potential, using opportunities for growth and job creation while protecting and restoring natural resources in a sustainable way. And I'd just like to highlight a few very positive examples that we are seeing as increasingly encouraging signals. Firstly, the African Circular Economy Alliance, initially created back in 2017 by Rwanda, Nigeria, and South Africa. We've seen its membership steadily growing with addition of many more partners, including now Benin, Burkina Faso, Ghana, the Ivory Coast, Ghana, and Sudan being important participants. And this is a really powerful platform to allow us to look at issues like food systems, packaging and plastic, the circular economy in electronics and electronic goods, fashion and textiles, as well as the built environment. And these are exactly the same themes that are at the heart of the European Union's Circular Economy Action Plan, and therefore, I think, give an excellent basis for our ever-deepening partnership around the objectives of the circular economy. There's also the African Circular Economy Network, composed of specialists who support the transition to more circular approaches to business, with representatives from North, West, East, and Southern Africa. And this all, I think, comes together to support the 5-year Continental Green Recovery Action Plan launched by the African Union in July of this year. And so I think we have also many bilateral opportunities to deepen our cooperation around the circular economy. with South Africa through the Green Economy Strategy, Ghana, for example, in the National Plastic Action Partnership, and a number of co-funded EU projects. Also the Kenyan Sustainable Inclusive Business Knowledge Center, and the INTEX project, recently launched in Tunisia, Kenya, and South Africa, specifically focusing the circular economy in textile value chains. So what's really exciting for me is there is a huge amount going on in this space of the circular economy, and it is an extremely positive opportunity for a deepened partnership between the European Union and Africa. And I think that today's business summit is a really important milestone on the way to the next leaders gathering between the African Union and the European Union next February, when I hope we will also have a back-to-back business forum, which will enable us to highlight the outcomes of our work today and tomorrow, and to take the discussion to the next level. So I hope with that I've shared some thoughts about where we're coming from in the European Union, but also our real determination and openness to deepen this collaboration with African partners in our mutual interest in the months and years ahead.
Thank you very much indeed, Patrick. Indeed, very insightful, and already setting us on a wave to this conversation we're going to have. Don't go away. I will have some questions for you later about, how Africa can actually adapt some of these technologies and things that we're talking about in Europe. So we're going to come back to you to stay. And you've already made some very important points that I think we need to take forward ahead of the summit next year, as you said, in February. I'm going to turn now to Stephen Stone of UNEP. And Stephen, you're online. Welcome. Give us a little bit of your insights and what you think about the overview of the green transition as you see it happening across Africa at the moment. Let's share some of your thoughts with us, please.
Thank you so much, Shada. Great to be with you today. Great to be with you, Patrick, and also my fellow panelists. I'm seeing my face is a little dark. That's probably because there's a very bright sun outside and a lot of snow on the ground here in Geneva. So consider yourselves very lucky to be in Marrakesh. I'm sure it's a much nicer climate. It's great to be with you. UNEP is hosted by Africa in Nairobi with our global headquarters. And also we're a very close partner with the European Union. So a lot of very good connections. I want to say right up front, Shada, that my colleague Miriam Tulmani is with you there in Marrakesh. She's our UNEP lead in Morocco. So please do reach out to her if anyone has questions about engaging further with UNEP. So like Patrick, I have a few key messages. I have four. I'm not trying to outdo you, Patrick. I just couldn't be as condensed. The first key message is this one, Shada and colleagues. Successfully navigating the green transition is the challenge of our times. And this is for every country in the world. We are facing what we call at UNEP a triple planetary crisis. You mentioned, Shada, climate instability. That's obviously a key one. But there's also nature loss and rising toxicity and pollution. These are now deeply affecting human health, and they're affecting the ability of countries to produce wealth over time for their citizens. These three triple planetary crises, as we call them, sits at the core of UNEP's medium-term strategy, as put together by Executive Director Inga Anderson, and sets the course for the next 4 to 5 years. So we have about 10 to 20 years to complete this transition. We know what the sectors are. They are intensive in terms of capital and transitional times. Energy, mobility, food, infrastructure, these are the key sectors that we need to turn around if we are truly going to become more sustainable. The science tells us that we are in unstable equilibria. The emissions gap report put together by UNEP indicates we're heading towards a 2.7 degree temperature rise at current trajectory. So clearly there's a lot to be done. Our colleagues at OECD estimate around a $6 trillion a year investment requirement to reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, and this is a very large ask. I think the focus today, Shada and colleagues, on the private sector is key, because the amount of resources which are needed clearly will need private sector investment as well. Public capital formation is large, but it's not big enough to carry the whole lift. So my second message is a green recovery is part of a green transition. And we've heard the impact of COVID on so many different countries. At UNEP, we partnered with Oxford University to track COVID spending, recovery and rescue spending around the world. Over $16 trillion have been committed over the past 18 months to put economies back on track. There's been a lot of leadership in terms of making this a green recovery, particularly in the EU, but also in countries like Japan, Korea, and more recently, the United States. The bottom line here is advanced countries have spent 17 times more per capita than middle and low income countries. So there's clearly a very large risk of potentially widening inequalities between high, middle, and low income countries. And that's something we need to keep our eyes on. Africa as a continent spent over $121 billion as part of their recovery package up to September 2021. If anyone's interested in seeing these numbers, I encourage you to go to the Global Recovery Observatory. You can Google that and you get the latest numbers with Oxford and UNEP. In Africa, some very interesting examples of how countries have reacted to the green recovery opportunity. Nigeria devoted over $600 million for an energy for all solar power strategy based on renewable energy policy to create 250,000 jobs in the energy sector and providing solar power to 5 million households by 2023. The DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, over $40 million for the installation of 60,000 solar powered street lamps. Another example, Mauritius, 10 million for national training and reskilling around solar construction and manufacturing and logistics, including renewable energy. So a lot of really, really interesting examples from around the world about making the recovery part of the transition. And that's the key message there. So my third key message going forward is that Africa faces a unique energy transition, and let's call it a circular economy transition as well. Following up on what Patrick has put on the table. We know from the International Energy Agency that around $150 billion were invested in 2020 in clean energy investment. That went down slightly by 8% from 2019. And we're only expecting a minor rebound in 2021. So clearly there's a lot of need for financing as we go forward. By the end of the 2020s, capital spending on clean energy in high impact countries like sub-Saharan Africa needs to increase by more than 7 times to around 1 trillion to put the world on track to reach net zero by 2050. So again, big numbers, it's a big lift, and clearly a lot of financing will be needed from the public sector and from the private sector. In Africa, as you all know better than I, the key issue is access for energy. Over 600 million people lack access to energy of any kind, electricity in Africa. So there are major financing needs. Over $30 to $40 billion a year in high impact countries, including sub-Saharan African countries, is being invested every year, and about half of this in renewables. I think that's a case of the glass being half full. Half of the energy investment, electricity investment, seems to be coming from renewables, which is clearly good. The other half from fossil fuels and other type of energy sources. So clearly there's a lot to be done in terms of financing. I just wanted to add that as part of the transition, adaptation is a huge part as well. The African Development Bank has estimated between $20 to $30 billion a year are needed over the next 20 years for adaptation costs in agriculture, forestry, and infrastructure. And currently only around 1/4 of that is being put on the table, around $6 billion between 2017 and 2018. So again, huge needs for Africa, huge opportunities for Africa with its growing population, growing economy, and the finance hasn't quite stepped up there yet. So the fourth point that I wanted to leave with you today is that UNEP can be a partner with Africa and the European Union for going forward. UNEP works with what we call the Finance Initiative on net zero banking alliances, which you've probably heard about in the context of Glasgow, the Global Alliance on Net Zero Banking, as well as a lot of technology tools, including the Clean Technology and Climate Network, which is part of the UNFCCC network on reducing climate emissions. We work very closely with the EU and many African countries on the circular economy. Patrick, you mentioned the Africa Circular Economy Alliance, where UNEP is also supporting, also the Global Alliance on Circular Economy, where UNEP works very closely with the EU and UNIDO and other UN agencies to roll these out on the ground. The last thing I wanted to mention in terms of financing, because for me, it really is about finance and technology. is working with strategic partners in the private sector and the Green Climate Fund to leverage investment capital, like what we are doing at UNEP with something called the Seed Capital Assistance Facility, which is essentially for small and medium-sized loans and players to get them up to speed on renewable and clean energy in Africa. And my colleague, again, Miriam, who's on the ground, can tell you a little bit more about what we're doing there and what about some of the opportunities are to partner further with UNEP in this space. So Shada, that's kind of a quick overview from UNEP, and back over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen. It's a quick overview, but a very complete one. So thank you very much for all that information. And I think we'll come back with a few questions on financing as well. I think that's a very important point of investments that you've raised, Stephen. Let me turn to Federico Gratti now. Federico, thank you also for joining us. Let's get your comments first on the green transformation taking place in Africa. Let's get your first comments, please. Thank you, Federico.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you all for this invitation. I apologize again not for being there, but unfortunately in the last hours it was impossible for me to travel to Africa. So let me give a quick introduction on what we do in Eni. I mean, Eni is known to be an oil and gas company, but we have a commitment to be zero carbon by 2050. And to achieve this target, we entered a new phase of evolution of all the business models we have, and we are becoming quickly an integrated energy company. So I mean, let me also tell you that we pretend to be ready for this change and for the incoming years, because actually we started making investments in R&D and know-how quite some time ago, with approximately 5 billion investments in new technologies and clean technologies in the recent years. And now we have a portfolio of proprietary commercial technologies and know-how ready for this change. So regarding the traditional upstream sector, we have a commitment to be carbon neutral. So in scope 1 and 2, I don't want to be too technical, by 2030, which is pretty soon. For renewable energies, we are installing mainly solar panels and wind farms in the world. We have a target very close in 2024 of 4 gigawatt. 15 gigawatt in 2030 and 60 gigawatt in 2050. Then we have developed actually technologies for carbon capture and storage. And in line with this technology, we have a target of 7 million tons of CO2 removed by 2030 and 50 million, which is quite an ambitious target, by 2050, by valorizing the geological basins also in Africa, where CO2 could be stored, and working with industries that have emissions hard to abate. Classically, I mean, iron, cement, those industries that would need carbon capture to become carbon neutral in the very near future. We are also pivoting, and maybe later on we'll have a little deep dive on this, on biorefining as a pillar for the decarbonization path, that is the production of sustainable biofuels, both for the terrestrial transportation and more specifically for aviation transport. And we have a big passion for sustainable aviation fuels. And now we are planning to expand our existing biorefining capacity of 1 million ton, thanks to two biorefineries in Italy, Venice and Sicily, that are the conversion of some old classical refineries into biorefineries. And we are expanding this capacity up to 5-6 million tons by 2050. So we are going in the multiple of 5 times. And I think Africa would absolutely be something interesting to discuss about as geographies for those incoming biorefineries. And finally, I just want to mention that we are also committed to compensate the residual emissions with forestry projects, especially the United Nations REDD+ initiatives for forest conservation and rehabilitation. So this is a very, very quick summary that I'm very happy to deep dive in Africa and some specific project when you want.
Thank you very much, Federico. Thank you very much indeed. And we will do that deep dive in a minute. I'm just going to turn to you, Ali. And it's really good that you're here with us in Marrakesh, obviously, your hometown. I was just wondering, tell us a little bit, Morocco plays a very important role in the green transition taking place, not just inside Morocco, but also in its neighborhood, in the wider African continent. Give us a little overview of what you're doing in terms of the green transformation.
Okay, thank you, Shada. Before beginning, I would like to thank and to congratulate the organizers for this wonderful organization, despite all the constraints that we all know. So we've been hearing very good insights during this panel, but also during the previous panels. And indeed, I'm very delighted to see all the dynamic that is around the circular economy, green circular economy, but also the energy transition. And Morocco decided to take part of this dynamic in 2009. At that time, it wasn't something easy as a decision because we were facing a many choices between renewable energy and fossil fuels and fossil energy. Renewable energy was much more expensive at that time. So we needed the courage in order to step in this new dynamic. And because we would like in Morocco to make this energy transition a new lever for the economical, industrial, and social growth in our country. So we decided to focus on three main axes. So of course, the first axis is to develop the share of renewable energy in our electrical capacity here in Morocco with an objective of 42% by 2020 and a reviewed objective of 52% by 2030. So today we have developed more than 4 gigawatts of capacity from renewable energy. And we are given the projects that are under operation, but also those who are at an advanced stage of development, we are expecting to achieve the 52% much sooner than 2030. We are talking more about 2025, and we see that by 2030 we will develop even more capacity, and we are even talking about a minimum of 60 or 65% in our installed capacity today. So given the current trend and the current dynamic. We are also exploring new opportunities, such as the production of green molecules. So Morocco is blessed with a wonderful potential in terms of renewable energy. We are very close to Europe, so markets who will consume a lot of green hydrogen and green ammonia. And Morocco is one of the three countries in the world with the highest potentials in terms of green molecules and green hydrogen. So we have also a very ambitious roadmap in order to position the country in this field. And because we cannot initiate this industrial dynamic here in Morocco, being outside a global or a regional or a continental dynamic. So we have to develop two additional axes that are very important for the Moroccan economy. So the first one is the North-South axis. First, in terms of institutional cooperations, in order to support and to mobilize all the financing to implement the facilities that we are developing in Morocco. Also to be at the forefront of the R&D in this area. So many bilateral cooperations to strengthen our positions in terms of R&D. And also to put in place an institutional and legal framework to facilitate the trade of electricity from renewable energy. And in 2016, during the COP22 at Marrakesh, we initiated an initiative that is called the SET Roadmap, that stands for Sustainable Electricity Trade, and that includes, beside Morocco, 4 other European countries who are Portugal, Spain, France, and Germany. And now we are glad to have finalized all the discussions and the negotiations. And we have finalized the Biden agreement for the integration of what we call the green cross-border corporate PPAs between these 5 countries. It should be, we are waiting for the good momentum to sign it. And it will give the opportunity, for example, to a private developer here in Morocco to produce green electricity and to export it to one of the countries in Europe through a private PPA. So it's a new market, a new business that will open, and we expect that it will push forward more development of renewable energy. We, Morocco and EU, have signed, I think 4 months ago, a letter of intent around a green strategic partnership in order to develop several axes around the circular economy, such as renewable energy, energy efficiency, e-mobility, etc., but also production of hydrogen, green molecules, and the trade of all of that. So now we are working on the development of the roadmap that will support this strategic green partnership between Morocco and EU. And the last axe that we work a lot on is we try to initiate a regional and a continental dynamic around renewable energy. And we believe that we need to create this dynamic in order also for the country to benefit from this trend. So Morocco have developed more than 20 bilateral cooperations with mainly with African countries in the field of renewable energy in terms of technical assistance, of co-development, of co-investment, of sharing know-how, sharing expertise. For example, we are working with Nigeria on the development of a solar farm. We are working with Zambia on a program of 450 megawatts of renewable energy, with Djibouti, with Niger. We are partnering with IFDB through Desert to Power initiative. We are considered as the technical arm of the initiative. We are developing also initiative under the umbrella of the UN in partnership or in cooperation with Ethiopia and LDCs. Okay. So there are a lot of initiatives that are going on today in order to support this dynamic and also to position Morocco as at the forefront of this energy transition. And I would like just to finish by saying something that is important to me. I hear a lot talking about energy transition. I would like just to say that we need to take into account the signification that it has for Africa. It doesn't have the same signification as for Europe. For Europe, we are targeting to decarbonate the industry by 2050. In Africa, Africa represents 20% of the population, and Africa doesn't contribute to more than 3% of the CO2 emissions. So the signification of energy transition is completely different. For us, it's an opportunity for industrial, economical, and social development, and we need to take into account the specificity of African countries, the 54 African countries, if we want to embark the continent into this green revolution.
Thank you very much, Ali, and you're absolutely right to make that point that Africa's contribution to climate change is very, very small at the moment, but this is a unique development opportunity, as you said, the green recovery, the green transition. Patrick, I'm going to come back to you on some of the points you made, and of course, you're welcome to comment on what you've heard from our other panelists. You said circular economy is a triple win, and you talked about bilateral opportunities as well between Europe and Africa. But some could argue, some could say that the circular economy isn't really adapted to Africa and its needs. And what would you say also to African businesses? How can they contribute to making circular economy a more, let's say, frequent and mainstream activity across this continent?
Well, thanks a lot, Shada, and I mean, a very lively and interesting debate, and good, I think, to get into some of the more sort of crunchy substance. I mean, firstly, I think that the circular economy, as I've said, is a very exciting opportunity also for Africa. And I think that my starting point would be to draw the parallel with the very clear decoupling that we've already seen between economic growth and development on the one hand, and our efforts on climate and decarbonization on the other. And what emerges clearly from European experience, and I hope will also be sort of replicated in other parts of the world, including in Africa, is that our environment, our green transition agenda, is a real economic opportunity. And I agree absolutely with Ali that the starting point in Africa is a different one, but it's one where there is huge opportunities to start from a cleaner, blanker sheet of paper as we try to deploy and develop clean energy solutions, for example, which will have a really transforming impact on the lives of our populations and our citizens across the continent. Specifically on the circular economy, I mean, as I tried to say earlier on, I think it's already happening to some extent. Many good examples of circular economy progress in different countries, whether it is at a sort of regional level or in our bilateral discussions. But examples from refurbishing of vehicles and machinery, innovative use of biomass, and a strong emphasis also on plastics and the need for more active policies on plastics. And I think that the sharing economy dimension of the circular economy can be particularly sort of resonant with the way that traditional practices and the sort of economic model in many African countries. But I think two comments I'd like to complete with. I mean, firstly, yes, we should look at the agriculture sector, and that, of course, presents a lot of opportunities, I think, in Africa. But I think we also should give attention to other dimensions like electronics, like textiles, plastics, and packaging, and also construction and the building sector, given that buildings, of course, last for a very long time. And these things, give us, I think, very, very important opportunities. And I think that the other thing I would say about, the relevance of the circular economy model in Africa is that, there is a very large informal sector, which already practices to a large extent sort of circular activities in areas like waste collection, e-waste, and remanufacturing. And I think that, this expertise and experience that we can find in many parts of Africa is something that we should harness and encourage. And that brings me finally to the question of, well, what can we do to support and stimulate businesses and business engagement in Africa around these objectives. And there I think that our economic partnership agreements with our African partners, giving preferential access to EU markets, provides particular opportunities to enhance your contributions in global value chains. And that while, yes, we understand that the transition to the circular economy may require very, very substantial investment, we have been developing in the European Commission a number of innovative tools to support private investment, financial guarantees, blending instruments, as well as the European Fund for Sustainable Development, in order to support this sort of move. So I believe that this is a very, very promising agenda. It's one where, as part of our circular economy action plan at a European level, we will continue to focus on some of these key sectors, and where I see real opportunities for engagement with African partners and for African businesses to seize their chances in this green and digital post-COVID recovery strategy that we're all working towards.
Patrick, just a very quick follow-up. So are you then predicting that the circular economy model would quite deeply change the relationship between Europe and Africa, European countries? And what shape or form would that be? Just very briefly.
Yeah, briefly, I think it has that potential. I mean, we are already, I think, very successful partners in dialogue, and we are trade and investment partners, development partners, and we work together increasingly successfully on research and innovation. And I think that the circular economy model gives us opportunities at all these levels to deepen the work that we're doing together, and to have a really sort of transformative impact on the collaborations that we already have successfully in this green transition space.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So really making this green transition, circular economy, very much part of this new African-European partnership. Thank you very much for your comments. Let's turn back to you, Stephen. And of course, we'll follow up any information we need with Miriam, who's here in Marrakesh with us. But to come back to the question of investments and financing, just give us an idea of what actually is happening in terms of investments and financing. We're talking about billions of euros and dollars that is required. What can the businesses do? What can governments do to facilitate the green transition, the circular economy, with the kind of investments they need? What's needed now?
Yeah, there are many, many opportunities, Shada. The things that come to mind first and foremost are some of the private sector initiatives that we've seen. For example, the Principles for Responsible Banking, led by Unit Finance Initiative, now has more than 40% of global banking assets. That's around $60 trillion around these principles, including 15 out of the top 25 banks in Africa. So there's a lot of buy-in, there's a lot of capital there. And I think if project proponents are coming forward with some good ideas on the ground through the seed capital assistance facilities, Ali, through some of the investments you were talking about, some of the new technology breakthroughs, I think there's going to be a lot of appetite there because the banks are looking to green their portfolio, to green their balance sheets. And that's a very, very big part of where the future will be for them. The other thing I wanted to say, Shada, is procurement. You know, governments spend a huge amount of money every year on very routine things. You know, uniforms, supplies, things that Patrick was also talking about, which can go towards the circular economy. So every year governments are spending between 10 and 25% of GDP. These are big numbers on routine procurement, and they also investments in infrastructure as well, which are procured. That's purchasing power by the state, which can drive private sector activity and private sector investment. So let's not forget about the procurement opportunities as well, which can be drivers for the green transition. Back to you, Shada.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So there is an opportunity there, and governments are doing something, and there is a lot of capital there as well. So thank you very much indeed, Stephen. And I was just wondering, just one quick follow-up in terms of UNEP, when you look at the African continent, the circular economy initiatives, the green economy recovery initiatives, you filled with optimism? Do you think we're on the right track here?
There's a huge amount of ingenuity coming out of Africa. I think only of M-Pesa, the first digital currency, which was developed in Kenya. And that's just one example, recycled plastics, construction materials out of recycled PET. This is ingenuity coming from entrepreneurs in Africa, which I think has a lot to show for the world, actually. So I think the world looks to Africa for ideas, for youth, for vitality, and that makes it also a very interesting investment opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed. So Federico, I'm coming back to you at Eni, and you did talk about the contribution of biofuels. So I'd like you to go deeper into that as a key technology contributing to the circular economy, but also more generally what the energy sector is giving to fulfill these promises, these ambitions of the circular economy becoming much more of a central role in Africa.
Yes, surely. I mean, let me say that Africa is absolutely a very important continent at Eni. I mean, historically, the company has partnered with many African countries for conventional upstream operations in the past 70 years. And now the company is pivoting on Africa, both for forestry initiatives and for the development of circular economy projects that are especially looking at agriculture and agri-industry. So quickly regarding forestry, I mean, we started in 2019 in Zambia with a project that today is the African largest REDD+ project for more than 1 million hectares, and then is an area where today is prevented. I mean, deforestation is prevented, and the unsustainable use of biomass is also prevented. And the project is giving significant contribution to rural communities and biodiversity conservation, I would say. Now, this example has been very good for us, I would say, and so in partnership with international and local developers, we are now focusing also in other countries. And I can make an example of Mozambique, Malawi, Ivory Coast, and Congo RDC to protect forests. So at the same time, generate carbon credits for our system, but also generate local opportunities for employment and protect the ecosystem. So then, moving a little bit into biorefining and circular economy, which is the topic of today, we are very interested in the valorization of waste and residues that are coming from agro-industries and also from agriculture itself. I mean, we have to consider that we think there would be an expanding urbanization in the continent, and also the growing economies will go up. So the generation of waste and residues from cities and also from agro-industries would go up and will represent an opportunity for economic development. Since our biorefining system is betting a lot on the valorization of waste and residues, we think that through those projects we'll be able to not only for any, but to integrate African countries into the European value chains of biorefining and circular economy, not only, of course, providing raw materials, but by making investments in the countries to generate products. And we are very interested in the potential of agriculture, has been said, especially in areas that are today, affected by phenomena of land degradation and progressive diversification due to climate change. And we think that in the future, that the space for development and to boost those rural economies, also enhancing food security, and then, as I said, integrating those countries into global or European value chains for circular economy and energy transition.
So just a very quick follow-up for you as well, Federico. When you look ahead, no crystal ball in your hand at the moment, but looking ahead based on your experience, your knowledge, how do you see the future? Bright, very bright?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I'm optimistic by nature, and I mean, there's we all have to be optimistic for the future. Let me say that. We see a very positive background, and especially in some African countries we're working on in. I mean, the picture I was drawing regarding synergies with African countries for agriculture and agro-processing, valorization of waste and residues is quite wide. I mean, we have a plan in more than 10 African countries to make investments in those, but we started just in a couple of countries. And I just want to make the example of Kenya, that is a project that is really running well so far. So we started just this year, at the beginning of this year, by signing an MOU with the Kenya government for the decarbonization of the transport sector in the country. So both giving new value to waste and residues like the used cooking oil, pivoting on agricultural development, but also by converting, and this is our plan, the Mombasa conventional oil refinery into a biorefinery. So this project is already operational today. We are in the early production stage. So we are already building the first factories for aggregation of agricultural products and residues and the valorization into vegetable proteins and industrial oils. So it's already on the ground and is progressing well. So we have to be optimistic, because I mean, if a project from definition to groundbreaking is only 12 months, it means that the background is there. And by partnering with countries, and also by partnering with international institutions, like I would like to make the example of the European Investment Bank and the African Development Bank, by having a common vision in developing projects in line with the Green Deal. I mean, we all, the private sector and the public sector, we can do great things. I mean, I think that the financial institutions, that's the last comment. You made a comment on the role of financial institutions in those projects. I mean, they can support the projects I'm referring to basically in three ways. I mean, the first way is financing and loans. Of course, I mean, project cannot run 100% in equity, and then financial support would be needed. But also, they can have a very important role in facilitating agriculture development. I mean, we are not really looking for financial institutions for private investments, but the ecosystem around would need support. And we think that financial institutions have a role in this. And then the third point is about policy dialogue. I mean, even if as a private company we have a dialogue with institutions, I think that more and more these discussion tables should include also the international financial institutions.
Thank you very much, Federico. Those are very valuable contributions to this conversation. Thank you very much indeed. Ali, I'm going to ask you to comment on some of the things you've heard now. So Patrick talking about the circular economy playing a very central role in Europe-Africa, Europe-Morocco cooperation. Stephen talking about the fact that capital is available, it has to be channeled into the right investments. And now Federico talking about the need for policy dialogue, but also the value of circular economy as well. So let's get your comments on that. I just wanted to say one thing before we go. I mean, circular economy is a new concept, but in fact, societies across the world have been recycling and, you know, fabrics, plastics, all of this is very much part of our culture, isn't it? It's a new concept, but it's actually a very old tradition, isn't it?
Exactly. In our continent, it's an old tradition. But it implies also the adhesion of the population, because without the adhesion of the population, it's difficult to implement the circular economy in terms of concepts on the ground. That being said, in terms of financing, what I see is that the amounts that are available on the market are exceeding what could be financed. Basically, that the main issue is the bankability of the projects in terms of renewable energy. So what we see around Africa is that the projects that don't find financings are the projects that are not structured in the right way, with not the right mitigation of risk, and with not the right guarantees of take mainly. So if we need to accelerate the development of renewable energy, I think that the first focus would be in supporting the countries in terms of developing projects, bringing technical assistance, and supporting them in their efforts to give birth to these projects technically and legally before in terms of financing. What I see also in terms of the circular economy or the green transition, it's there is a very great opportunity for Africa to take the part that is due to Africa in terms of the global value chain. So one figure that is very important is that less than 3% of the African natural resources are transformed in Africa. And we see it, for example, in the oil field. Africa is exporting oil and re-importing a refined oil afterwards. So there is no the know-how and the capabilities to transform the natural resources in Africa. And if we look at the reasons of that, we see that besides the two reasons that are the lack of know-how and the lack, of course, of infrastructure, the main reason is that Africa doesn't have a sustainable and competitive energy. All this, to be part of this value chain, we need a sustainable and competitive energy. And Africa is the continent that is paying the most expensive cost of energy, more than 30 cents the kilowatt hour, while you have in the wholesale market or the spot market in Europe, a price that is around 5 to 6 cents the kilowatt hour. So maybe we need to focus on exploiting the tremendous potential of Africa in terms of renewable energy that will help to capture and to attract industries in the continent that will be able to transform the natural resources of the continent and to produce a finished product. During the previous panel, we were talking about the value chain of automotive. And we see, for example, Morocco is one of the great producer and exporter of automobiles now. For the tires, the raw materials are exported from the west of Africa to Thailand, for example, and Vietnam, transformed into tires and then imported into Morocco to be assembled in the cars. So there is a lack of competitiveness of all the value chain. And the reason is that all these industries need a very competitive energy. So this is why I emphasize on this, that today, with the know-how and the expertise we have in terms of transforming wind or solar into energy, and unlikely or likely we cannot export wind or solar and re-import energy or electricity. So we need to do it in our continent. We have an opportunity to integrate all the value chain of many sectors and to make the green transition a new lever for industrial and economical growth in Africa.
So in fact, just finally, very quickly, the African Continental Free Trade Area is going to actually facilitate and accelerate this process.
Exactly. It will accelerate that in a big manner. The level of trade in Africa is 15%. While you have 55% in North America, 60% in Europe, and I think 70% in Asia. So we see that there are a lot of opportunities in order to enhance the trade between the African countries, meaning trading maybe the raw materials and the natural resources, and then integrating that and transforming that in Africa before exporting finished products, either in the African market and also in the more developed market. So there is a very great opportunity that ZLECAf will bring in order to strengthen the ties between African countries and to help them to integrate the value chain between themselves,
to become part of the global value chain systems. Thank you so much. So we could keep talking about this very important question for hours and hours, and we will in further meetings down the road. But we've come to at the end of this conversation. I'd like to thank all of you panelists for joining. So Patrick Childs, Stephen Stone, Ali being here as well, and Federico Gratti. Let's give them a big hand of applause for joining us. Thank you to all of you here in the room, and bye-bye from me, Shada Islam, saying take care, stay safe. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. I am Jerry Fisayo Bambi, host of Inspire Africa on African News and Euronews, and I am thrilled to welcome you to this 4th edition of the EU Africa Business Summit. Based on previous successful editions, organizers of the summit, EBS, say they are willing to pursue their mission of promoting and facilitating the interaction between the EU and Africa. In this edition, which is being held in a new hybrid format, the EBS wants to seek answers to the most important policy challenges shaping the common future of Africa and Europe. And they are doing this by bringing influential business leaders, policymakers, and experts together. And I'd like to turn your attention now to one of them, the European Commissioner of Justice, Didier Reynders, who is with me virtually. Commissioner Reynders, it's good to have you with us.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you for being with us. To begin with, the EU is Africa's largest trade and investment partner. However important that is, the legislative initiative on due diligence obligations raises questions, particularly as regards its potential impact on relations with low or middle income countries in Africa. So how clear is the application of the criteria that will be contained in the legislative initiative for companies doing business in Africa?
But we know that the most salient adverse impacts on human rights and on the environment occur mainly outside the European Union. And so we need companies to embed considerations for the environment and human rights in their supply chains, including beyond EU borders. And this is what the Sustainable Corporate Governance Legislative Initiative is about, supporting companies in this necessary transition to reach our overarching sustainability objectives. My staff is currently finalizing the impact assessment, which is looking for effective, efficient, proportionate, and feasible solutions on possible EU-wide rules on corporate due diligence to mitigate or prevent adverse impacts in the company's own operations and its value chains, and also on how to clarify that directors have a duty to pursue long-term value creation and a sustainable strategy for their company and manage sustainability risk. Specifically, we are looking into how the due diligence duty could be aligned with internationally recognized human rights and labor standards and international environmental commitments. Amongst other, we are considering whether the due diligence rules would also cover some third countries companies and how to aid the achievement of reserves in partner countries. And we need to note that these considerations are about to take place in a changed context amid the new normal. The ongoing impact assessment work takes into account the numerous stakeholders' contributions received. This includes the almost 500,000 responses to the open public consultation received earlier this year, including from stakeholders in partner countries. The possible costs and benefits of policy options are carefully weighed in order to design an impactful and meaningful tool which will bring real change on the ground. Needless to say that we will pay particular attention to proportionate solutions and to not unnecessarily burdening companies. We will also pay particular attention to ensuring consistency with other thematic or sectoral initiatives. Our analysis shows that this tool would bring multiple benefits for developing countries. Some of these benefits are the reduction of harm to human rights and the environmental, improved sustainability-related practices, increased adoption of international standards, better access to remedy for victims. Therefore, African countries where the risk of adverse social, environmental, and governance impacts tend to be high would benefit from meaningful engagement of EU companies with value chain partners to identify and mitigate these impacts. And these benefits could be substantially amplified through mutual reinforcement of initiatives such as the development of voluntary sustainability standards, the support of multi-stakeholder alliances and industry coalitions, and through the support provided by the European Union development policy and other international cooperation instruments. And to conclude, I want to say that the European Union is committed to promote and bring forward economically, environmentally, and socially sustainable development across the world. And this initiative is one very good example of our support towards a global sustainable development. I would like to count on you to spread the word that our initiative on sustainable corporate governance has the potential to substantially contribute to attaining these ambitious objectives. So we are working, in fact, together with such an initiative to go to a more sustainable world.
And still on that, a more sustainable world, Commissioner Reinders, how is the European Commission currently supporting the good governance agenda in Africa, and how visible is its impact on the stabilization of the African economy and on EU-Africa trade relations?
But if I may, the private sector has a key role to play in Africa's post-COVID recovery and long-term development. As we have highlighted in our proposed strategy with Africa, a dynamic private sector lies at the heart of sustained economic transformation and growth. Key in creating decent jobs and attracting sustainable investment is a stable and reliable business environment and an attractive investment climate. Businesses cannot thrive in a context of fragility and insecurity. Unfortunately, 36 of the world's most fragile countries are in Africa, often weakened by conflict. Growth has not always been inclusive, also due to the governance challenge. And the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated this trend. Investor confidence in Africa will depend on improved security, effective and transparent and stable regulatory frameworks, combined with investment facilitation, macroeconomic stability, and access to finance. This is why the European Union works with African partners and the African Union on improving good governance, respecting the rule of law, and ensuring credible, inclusive, and transparent electoral processes. Policy reforms in these areas are at the heart of our international partnerships, and our key instruments to promote them are our budget support dialogues. Over the past 10 years, we ran a multitude of programs on rule of law, access to justice, and democracy support. And this includes the fight against corruption, illicit financial flows, money laundering, and financing of terrorism. We also encourage regulatory dialogue between public administrations to exchange good practices. And in addition, the European Union substantially supports business environment reforms in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2020, amounting to 500 million euros, and is actively promoting public-private dialogue. On continental level, we are supporting the African governance architecture, the African Union's main mechanism on good governance, in parallel to the African peace and security architecture, promoting peace, security, and stability. Both aim to provide a framework to address governance or peace and security challenges in a coordinated manner. And we welcome in this regard the African Union decision to integrate the continent's good governance and peace and security agenda. Addressing these challenges in an integrated approach will help in responding better to future challenges. At the same time, it is important that the private sector, again, operates in a responsible and sustainable manner, upholding financial, labor, and environmental standards worldwide. The European Union is already actively promoting social and environmental standards by its work on sustainable value chains and the implementation of due diligence processes, including on raw materials, deforestation-free supply chains, and high standards of data protection. We are keen to support our partners in complying with these. Another key accelerator for Africa's growth trajectory is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, a key accelerator for sustained economic transformation and growth on the continent. Creating a single continental market for goods and services and strengthening regional integration requires a strong emphasis on economic governance, and we are keen to support in the harmonization of regulatory frameworks, providing expertise and capacity building. The European Union also uses innovative financial instruments, such as the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus. With it, we are offering guarantees and blending accompanied with expertise to de-risk and mobilize private investments, improve the investment climate, advance economic integration that support entrepreneurs, small and medium-sized enterprises and startups, and bring value added to local communities. One main opportunity for exchange and discussion on how to improve investment climate and increase sustainable economic cooperation opportunities will be the upcoming AU-Africa Business Forum. The high-level dialogue will take place on the 16th and 17th of February next year, 2022, back-to-back with the AU-Africa Summit in Brussels, and will bring together African and European businesses and leaders to discuss challenges on the continent. The European Union-African Union Summit itself will lay the foundation for the future relations between the two continents. Just last month, on the 26th of October, African and European foreign affairs ministers recognized good governance as a precondition for progress and growth and committed to step up a cooperation. And I'm sure that we need to continue, like you are doing today, such a dialogue to improve the activities, of course, of the public sector, but also from the private companies.
Indeed, absolutely. And Commissioner Renders, I think this is where I'd like us to leave it at. Thank you very much for your insight and time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to take part in this conference.
Thank you. I am Jerry Fisaya Bambi, and thank you to everyone watching and taking part at the summit. I'll now hand you over to the host for the other sessions.
You know, throughout my travels in Africa, and I've been very privileged to spend 20 years of my life traveling the length and breadth of the continent, I have seen a level of innovation, a level of entrepreneurship, a level of creativity that no business school could ever teach. This is a dream that has emerged over many years of working on the continent. This is a dream that has grown out of a great love for the continent and a great love for its people. And it's a dream that's grown out of my excitement every morning that I wake up and confront the continent. It's a dream in which education again becomes every African's priority. Africa's time has really finally come.
what I'd like to start with is if you can give us an idea and break down Africa for us.
Part of the problem with Africa is it is so huge, and there's so many relationships that you have to develop to access opportunities, that people do think of the continent as a homogenous mass, and therefore they see places like South Africa or Egypt or Morocco as the access points to the rest of Africa. The opportunities are in every single sector, and now we need to focus on industrialization, creating jobs.
How does Africa manage to hold on to its own wealth?
One of the big challenges of this huge population growth that we speak about is these young Africans need to work and stay in Africa. And we need to convince them through investment that there are opportunities for them and that they can make lives and futures for themselves on the African continent. And it can be done by Africans partnering with foreign investors to bring in capital and do the things that governments have been expected to do for them in the past. Governments can't take Africa to the next level on their own. It's through partnerships, it's through private investment that this is all going to happen. We're very privileged to be living in Africa at this particular moment in history. And in order to sculpt our future, we need to preserve our culture through our heritage. We need to preserve our environment through conservation. And we need to build a generation of active citizens who can take these great assets and turn them into an incredible future.
Our constitution is the most progressive in the world. Now, a simple yet powerful campaign, #IamConstitution, is encouraging South Africans, young and old, to read, embrace and live it.
We close tonight in South Africa, where some high-flying dogs are tackling a serious poaching problem.
Arrow is the first skydiving anti-poaching dog. Trainers in South Africa are experimenting with new ways of getting rangers onto the trail.
We can't do this all on our own. We need the international community to embrace these projects. We need to be able to go out and raise awareness and raise funding to do this on a massive scale.
Well, there is rising Afro-optimism among the continent's youth. That's according to the Jacobitz Family Foundation's 2020 African Youth Survey.
There are many people that still talk of Africa as a hopeless case. We've always seen it exactly the opposite way. This continent is going through a transformation. There really is hope, optimism, and a bright future for the continent. This is the continent of hope. It is the continent of optimism, and it's the continent of innovators, because Africans are about finding solutions to their real-day problems as opposed to finding solutions that can yield them huge multiples on the New York Stock Exchange. And that's what impact investing is really about.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to a conversation with Ivor Ichikovic, a South African industrialist and philanthropist who has been named one of New African Magazine's 100 most influential Africans in 2015 and in 2020. I'm Shada Islam, an independent analyst and commentator based here in Brussels, and it is my pleasure to engage in this conversation. Mr. Ichikovic, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
It's great to be with you.
Now, a very short biography, really, because you've done so many things and you're engaged in so many different activities that I'm going to be very, very specific and precise. So you began your career during South Africa's political transition in the early 1990s, working to support Nelson Mandela's program of democratization and national reconciliation. For more than 2 decades since then, you've created a number of successful businesses on 4 continents in sectors such as energy, but also aviation and ICT and tourism and much more. You've also set up the Ichikovic Family Foundation, which is behind the African Youth Survey that we've just heard about. And also you're chairman of the Trans-Africa Group, which is a leading private equity group which actively funds scientific research and development projects across Africa. So Ivor, a lot to talk about and only about 25 minutes to do so, but let's kick off by talking a little bit about your foundation. Give us an overview, an idea of the challenges you want to tackle through this foundation.
So our foundation was formed out of our love and commitment to the continent. And our family has been at home in Africa for more than 120 years. And we're very proud of the continent, we're very proud of its people, and we're very committed to making a difference for many years to come. We have three major pillars in our foundation's activities. We're in the business of inspiring citizen actions, citizens for action, good citizenship, an understanding of what it means to be a good citizen of Africa. That so many people believe on this continent that it is government's job to change and move the continent forward. We believe that it's up to the citizens of Africa to take their future into their own hands. And our foundation is very actively involved in programs to educate, to expose, and to inspire people to be involved in being good citizens. That's one critical issue. The second pillar for us is conservation, and not just conservation of wildlife, but also conservation of sustainable culture. We have a huge amount to protect on this continent. We have a huge amount to celebrate on this continent in terms of the natural assets of Africa, the things that make us African, the things that make us special. So our foundation spends a lot of time on conservation, on cultural and heritage preservation. And then, of course, critical is around issues concerning insight, understanding our history, understanding where we come from. I personally don't believe that you can ever plot your future if you don't know where you come from. So we initiated a project called the African Oral History Archive, and there we've documented the history of the struggle. We've documented the human stories, the transformation in South Africa, the struggle in South Africa affected the whole of the continent. And there's so many lessons to be learned around how it came about, the pain and the suffering that happened on all sides that got us to where we are today. And in order for Africans to properly engage with their future, they have to know about their colonial past. They have to know about the challenges that they've been facing, and they have to know about how the lessons that came out of those challenges, which can educate our future. So we're very heavily invested in the heritage art collection, the ongoing program towards collecting our oral history, making documentaries, making films about our history, and then engaging in dialogue with students, with academics, and with citizens in general about how our history can influence our future. And those are really the key focuses of the foundation.
So really, Ivor, a celebration of Africa in all its different facets, as you're talking about citizenship, history, sustainability, moving forward. You've dedicated quite a lot of space and time to young people in Africa, a big asset that Africa has, and you've come out with an African youth survey, your foundation has. Why did you decide to focus on African youth?
So the youth of Africa is, in my opinion, the continent's single biggest asset. I spend my life traveling in Africa and traveling in the rest of the world. And in Africa, I see only hope and energy and opportunity. And the rest of the world that I engage with still sees Africa as the dark continent. They still see Africa for all of the negative things that we all know about. Of course, there's poverty on this continent. Of course, there's corruption. Of course, there are development deficits. But there's also a huge amount of hope and a huge amount of opportunity. And that hope and opportunity resides with the youth of the continent. And there was a point at which I wanted to evaluate whether I was delusional and wrong about the continent, or whether my hope and optimism was borne out in the future, which is represented by the youth of the continent. I also wanted to find out if we could talk about a Pan-African youth. I've been an advocate for many years of the fact that Africa isn't a homogeneous mess. The continent of Africa is 54 completely separate, standalone countries, every one with its own hopes, its own aspirations, its own cultures, its own specific issues. But we talk of an African youth. We talk of Africa as a whole. And I wanted to go and find out if there were issues that did, in fact, weave a thread throughout the whole continent. So we embarked on the youth survey. We wanted to find out what was in the hearts and on the minds of the next generation of leaders. And these are not the next generation as in 20 years' time. These are the next generation in the next 5 years. These are the next generation of business leaders, These are the next generation of social leaders. These are the next generation of politicians. And we launched the African Youth Survey, and it has been an incredible, incredible journey, because not only have I been vindicated in that the results have been extremely positive and extremely upbeat and exciting, but we've now got a body of data that can be used by politicians, by business people, by strategists, by anybody making decisions around Africa. It gives them a window into what's really going on in the continent, on the continent right now, based on what's on the hearts and in the minds of this very important demographic.
So really very important, very valuable information from business leaders, politicians. And as you say, Ivor, the contrast between the optimism that comes through your survey of African youth and also the perceptions that still linger in many parts of the world. Thank you very much for that. Now, your foundation has also recently published its findings on the impact of COVID-19 on Africa's youth in a special edition that you brought out and of the African Youth Survey. And what it found in terms of education and jobs is rather interesting, isn't it? I mean, I was struck that 40% of young people had to stop education because of COVID-19.
Oh, absolutely. You know, there's been so much written and so much spoken about the impact of COVID-19 all over the world. Not a lot has been spoken or written about the impact on Africa. You know, Africa has probably, as a continent, dealt with the COVID crisis probably better than the rest of the world. But that's because Africans are used to dealing with crises. You know, in a previous edition of the survey, we discovered that one of the biggest risks that this demographic considered around the future of the continent was, in fact, infectious disease. And a very, very high percentage of the people surveyed in 2019, 2020 raised that this was before COVID became a real reality. Now, what then happened is that COVID struck Africa, huge impact on the continent. 37% of the people surveyed had to completely change their lives as a result. But yet they've survived, and yet they've done okay. The 19% that have become unemployed is a huge percentage, huge problem. But they've survived, and they've found other ways to make a living, entered the informal sector, found other ways to stay alive and sustain themselves. And I think that this is a very, very positive thing. But it's also very frightening because very few people understand the huge impact it's made on the continent. And things on the continent will never be the same. They will not be the same post-COVID as they were pre-COVID.
That's really quite a cautionary word, isn't it? So survived and resilience, but things really have fundamentally changed. Now, one of the things that is causing concern, I'm sure, across the continent is the vaccine apathy that we're seeing in many parts of Africa. What could be the cause for this apathy?
So vaccine apathy on its own is concerning. But what is, for me, much more concerning is the cause. And the cause comes down to an issue that affects many things on the continent, and that is the consumption of fake news. Unfortunately, social media has become one of the dominant sources of information on the continent. The demographic that we've been dealing with, the 18 to 26-year-old demographic, gets most of their data off social media, and fake news is a very, very serious problem. So this fake news talks to things like the fact that COVID was foreign created in order to act against the interests of the developing world. It talks about the fact that vaccines are designed to plant chips in people to control their movements. It talks about all kinds of nonsense which people generally believe. And I put this down to irresponsibility by the social media platforms to deal with this fake news. And we have called on the social media platforms to deal with this because the data is showing that by them not editing this fake news, not only as it relates to COVID, but also as it relates to many other social and political issues on the continent, a massive amount of damage is being done. So misinformation is the primary cause of this. Governments, there is a huge call to action here. Governments, businesses, pharmaceutical companies, NGOs have to get out there and counter the fake news with accurate information and African data. African youth are not stupid. They understand correctly communicated data. They need to get that data. And many people, have to put the impetus behind correcting the misinformation.
So really an all-of-society effort to deal with vaccine skepticism and vaccine conspiracies, anti-vaccine conspiracies that you've talked about, Igor. It's not just governments, but all society has to get together and work for providing correct information. Thank you very much for that. Now, one of the key chapters of the African Youth Survey 2022, which is going to be published in February or March next year, has gauged the view of Africa's youth and the influence of foreign powers. And you're sharing this with the EU-Africa Business Summit as a kind of exclusive. And it's really quite interesting. I had a preview and I found that really fascinating. But I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about the key findings. Which nations have the biggest influence? Sometimes it's surprising to see which ones they are. And is that influence negative, or do you see it as positive?
So this is really interesting because a very significant portion of the youth that we interviewed, remember we interviewed right across multiple demographics. We interviewed people in villages, we interviewed people in cities, we interviewed people in higher income brackets and lower income brackets, and 70% of the people that we interviewed confirmed that they felt that foreign influence on Africa was extremely important. Now that is interesting because a lot of these people are living in very rural environments, but they're not engaging with the rest of the world. We think they're not engaging with the rest of the world, but the truth is they really are. Again, back to social media, back to access to information through the internet. We're dealing with a demographic here that really is global. Now, what we found interesting is the change in the balance of who they feel is most influential year on year. So last year, or in the last survey, the United States and Donald Trump was considered to be absolutely dominant. Some positive comments, some negative comments, but American influence was important and was very, very well perceived. In this edition of the survey, China takes the leading role. Now, this is really interesting because China comes out in some cases very positively and in other cases very negatively. But it's certainly taking a dominant role over the United States and over Africa's traditional partners. Now, France doesn't come out of the survey very well at all. The perceptions, France is considered to be influential, but very negatively influential. Now, this is a wake-up call, a serious call to action for French government, because either there's a communication problem or there is a practical issue around France's engagement with Africa. And this data is very telling. Now, interestingly enough, across the board, most foreign influence is considered to be positive. Most foreign influence is considered to be additive. Only in few cases, like the case of France, where it's considered to be destructive. And I think that there's a call to action to every government engaged with Africa to take note of this data, because Africans believe that that their growth and their opportunity is going to come from engagement with the rest of the world. But there is no longer an isolationist concept prevalent on the hearts and minds of Africans. Africans are much more worldly than the rest of the world think they are. So there's a huge opportunity for positive and constructive engagement. But the positive, constructive engagement needs to be around respecting Africa for the role that it can play in the international community. For too long, the continent has been treated as a source of raw material, a source of cheap labor, and a problem child. Africans see it completely differently. They want to see their raw materials beneficiate. They want to see their influence on the rest of the world taken seriously. And the survey shows this in every single piece of data collected.
Thank you very much. And in fact, the findings are quite, I think, telling, and we need to listen to what the African population is saying. So as you say, China comes out on top, France not very well viewed, and the European Union, I guess, has a challenge of making sure that it is respectful in its dealings with Africa and Africans. Thank you very much indeed. And I think, again, a very valuable tool for business leaders and politicians across the world.
Just to amplify that point, it's very important to note that the European Union is seen as a very, very important partner. The European Union as a collective is seen in a very positive light. And that's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for European Union business. It's an opportunity for European Union politicians to engage much more. Now, one of the big challenges we have on the continent is that Chinese influence is very, very visible. The Chinese have built roads, they've built stadiums, they have engaged in the establishment of infrastructure that touches every single African. And this is becoming clear and evident even to the youngest that we're interviewing. The European Union today has an opportunity to get in ahead of the United States, to get in ahead of Asia, to get in ahead of Russia and become equally relevant. But that means that engagement is necessary. And engagement, everybody talks about China as a threat to the European Union. It's not a threat. It creates an opportunity because now there is a standard that's been set by the Chinese, which the European Union and European Union business has an opportunity to meet and exceed.
Thank you for that as well. So Europe has to up its game in a sense, and the competition, if you like, could be constructive rather than negative. I mean, the European Union has room to improve its performance, is what you're saying, Ivor. Exactly. So let's talk about, I mean, you are imbued with optimism, and so is African youth, and the, Africa ascending, Africa rising narrative has been with us for some time. But often in the West, and you said it initially, Ivor, the focus is very much on the negative trends. And, of course, we know there are conflicts, confrontation, terrorism is a problem, and of course, military coups, unfortunately, as well. So how do you keep your personal optimism upbeat and alive? And do you think the continent's prospects are waning with time?
No, I actually think that's exactly the opposite. I think the continent's prospects are growing with time. The next generation of leaders in Africa are primarily free of the shackles of colonialism and of apartheid. My son was born in 1994. He doesn't know about apartheid. He doesn't know about colonialism. He's interested in the history because he knows and understands that he needs to engage with the history. But he's looking into the future. He's looking at Africa from the perspective of how it's going to play a role and be important in the global economy. So we've got this whole generation of Africans today that are educated, that have access to information, that are worldly in their outlook, that don't have the monkeys that my generation had on our shoulders. And this is the generation that's going to take Africa into the future. Sure, there are some real security issues. There are some huge social issues. There remain massive issues around poverty and inequality. But those are issues that will be dealt with in time. What is very important for me is in the past, there was a perception among Africans that the colonial powers owed them solutions to their problems. There was a culture amongst Africans, and I'm generalizing, but generally there was a culture of dependence, a culture of entitlement. That culture no longer exists on this continent. What we found through the survey, what I've seen through my engagements with African youth, is you now have a generation believe that they have to take their futures into their own hands. They believe that they can't wait for the colonial powers to give them solutions. They can't wait for their governments to miraculously create solutions. These are people who are practically proving right now that they can take their futures into their own hands and they can create solutions to their own problems. And that's what gives me huge optimism and huge hope for the future. I'm not denying the problems, and nobody should ever deny the problems, because those problems have to be solved. But this is the generation that's going to solve those problems. I really am as hopeful as I ever was before, and I really do believe that we're heading into a very bright future for the continent.
And a lot of what you're saying is now backed up by the findings of the African Youth Survey as well, which talks about the optimism across the continent, especially among young people. So I will thank you for that. We're coming towards the end of our very fascinating conversation, but I do want to ask you about investment opportunities in Africa. And you are chairman of the Trans-Africa Group, so you can give us some of your own insights into that. What is your approach to investments in Africa, and where do you think European business should be focusing?
So one of the questions I'm asked regularly is, where do I see investment opportunities in Africa? And unfortunately, I give an answer that not everybody's happy with, because my answer is everywhere. This is a continent that has huge opportunity in every single sector. There is no shortage of opportunity. The problem is that there's a shortage of capital that believes in the continent. Now, Africa, as an investment destination, has proven that it can yield very high returns, or exponentially higher returns than the developed world. It is also a continent that has proven that the risks are manageable and can be mitigated. It's a continent that has proven that it can be business friendly. And I think that European business has a massive opportunity to engage in every single sector. But it has to engage with caution. Africans don't want to be told how to do things. Africans don't want to be dominated. Africans want partnerships. Africans want patient capital. Africans want partners and capital that share their future of the continent. Now, there is no question that the biggest pool of labor in the world into the next decade, to the next 20 years, is going to come from Africa. It's the fastest growing population. It's a continent that the European Union has to engage with. It has no alternative. It now just becomes an issue of who the pioneers are going to be. Now, I go back to the China issue. China engaged with Africa because it had a long-term view. People will argue that its long-term view was selfish, and I might agree. But China engaged. Many African governments did business with China because they had no alternative. I have heard heads of state who have been criticized by the United States and by the European Union for giving projects to China turn around and say, we had no choice. Democracy dictates that we have to deliver to our people. For as long as we have no alternative partners in creating infrastructure, investing in sustainable businesses, investing in social projects, we have no choice other than to engage with China. So this creates a challenge to the European Union. The European Union cannot ignore Africa. It's its single most important growth and development partner into the future. So the challenge is, go and engage the way China engaged. Every one of you will be greeted with open arms. The opportunities are immense. They are literally everywhere. We just need people who can see past the current the current challenges. We need people who can see past the perceived threats that are going to take a long-term view, make long-term investments, accept their African partners can bring real value, and go and build long-term sustainable businesses into the future.
Thank you very much indeed, Ivor Ichikovic, talking to us about his optimism about rising Africa. And I would say some very good suggestions and advice for European business leaders. Go there as partners, don't dominate or lecture. Do not be fearful of looking at the longer term, and really the focus being on equal opportunities and partnership that's there. Africa is ready for more engagement with the European Union, but on mutually respectful terms. So, Ivor, thank you. Thank you very much. Any final words you want to say now?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to share these thoughts. I really believe in this continent. I really believe in its ability to be a good partner to the European Union. I really believe in the fact that the European Union is a great counter potentially to China and others. But I also want to ask our counterparts in Europe to believe in us, to believe in the data that this survey has presented. I feel very vindicated. There was a point in my life where I really questioned whether my optimism was perceived or real. The data shows that it's real. Study the data, engage, and go and make this continent, go and achieve the potential that this continent really has.
Thank you very much indeed, Ivor. Thank you very much indeed for everyone for watching as well. A very good start to what is going to be a very successful EU-Africa Business Summit. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am particularly grateful for the invitation to be virtually part of the fourth edition of the EU-Africa Business Summit. As recently stated by the Italian President of the Republic, Sergio Mattarella, the EU and Africa will necessarily share their future. Indeed, a stronger, broader, and fair partnership between Europe and Africa is the only viable solution to face current challenges. Together, Africa and the EU should increase their efforts in several domains: fighting the pandemic and securing equal access to vaccines, fostering sustainable and inclusive recovery through investments, supporting multilateralism and regional economic integration through the African Continental Free Trade Area, developing human capital through investments in education and vocational training. In this regard, the next EU-AU Summit in February 2022 could represent a turning point. As a founding member of the EU and privileged partner of several African countries, Italy is ready to work hand in hand with Africa to face together the crucial challenges lying ahead. In fact, this is one of the priority guidelines of our foreign policy action. From our perspective, it is inevitable to look at Europe, the Mediterranean, and Africa as a single vertical continent where history, proximity, and interests are shared. We have been carrying long-standing endeavors towards Africa, both bilaterally and within our multilateral agenda. More recently, and through 2021, during our G20 chair and COP26 partnership, Africa has been put at the center of our commitment. At the Matera G20 Foreign Ministers Summit, with a special session focused on social inclusion, green and sustainable development, and greater connectivity within the African continent, through the creation of the Africa Focus Group on the occasion of the Anti-Daesh Coalition Summit last summer, and in October with the third edition of the Italy-Africa Ministerial Conference. Italy is ready to further strengthen development cooperation initiatives as well as to develop a structural economic partnership with Africa. In doing so, we should increase the synergies between these two instruments. For instance, in the agricultural field, we finance several projects that contribute to food security while modernizing Africa's agro-business sector with the aim to build a sustainable, export-oriented economy joined with an investment-friendly environment. We are committed to evolving our cooperation models with the sub-Saharan Africa, orienting them towards new business partnerships. To achieve this objective, the Italian and the European strategies aimed at directing the available resources and productive investments to the sectors of education and vocational training, as well as the creation of new entrepreneurship and a network of local businesses able to offer employment opportunities for local communities. The private sector plays a pivotal role in fostering sustainable development, human capital development, and innovation. And the public-private partnership model should be promoted and implemented as a fundamental tool to tackle some of the major global challenges. During the Italian G20 presidency, much attention has been paid to the role of innovation in providing effective solutions to the main global challenges, and consequently to the role of the private sector. This multi-stakeholder approach is also at the base of the G20 Innovation League, a special event hosted by the G20 Italian presidency to the benefit of the trade ministerial track, with a goal to build a bridge of cooperation between public and private innovation players, startups, and corporates on a global scale. With its immense opportunity and its endowment of natural resources, Africa remains a priority for the internationalization of European and Italian companies. In this context, the entry into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area represents a further element of interest that could lead to an increased intra-African as well as intercontinental trade flows. The European Union and Italy want to support Africa in this path, sharing their experience and good practices and strengthening our relations at every level for our mutual benefit and for our common future. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EU Africa Business Summit. Just a reminder, and if you are just joining us online, the EU Africa Business Summit is an event organized by the European Business Summit to promote the voices of enterprises in Europe and Africa. After the interruption due to the COVID pandemic, EU and African companies cannot miss the chance to resume their business relations and to take them to the next level. With me now is Fabrizio Lobasso, an entrepreneur and co-founder of startups. One of his startups is called Valor Tech. Fabrizio, warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry.
And just a quick one. So far, what have you made of the discussions here at the summit? Some of the panels that have taken place, the sessions. What have you made of it up until this point?
First of all, thank you for inviting me and to be a voice of the tech entrepreneurs. I'm a founder of Valor Tech, which is a data management company dedicated much more in the food industry. So since 4 years now, we developed a consultancy for a big company, big cooperative around Africa and Europe. With the aims that you mentioned, about big issue of today: carbon footprint, consumer trust, energy efficiency is this kind of topic where data is key. So I will figure out maybe the link between Europe and Africa, in terms of regulation of the data management issues, especially for food industry, food traceability, for exportation, this kind of link, and how to combine data management issues with, a kind of traceability system as blockchain one.
And let us look at the area of financing tech startups. You yourself, you created 2 startups, and when it comes to market adoption between Europe and African ecosystem, can you tell us about this, please?
Yes. So, 3 years ago, I was participating in a social inclusive business camp in Marseille. I was with some Moroccan startups involving, this way of thinking, business model regarding value of data, data quality, how to certify the data and how to use it from farm to fork, in terms of traceability end to end. So I was there, with my company, and I was feeling like, oh, it's beautiful because, in Europe and in Africa, we are thinking more or less the same. We have the same mindset regarding technology, how to use it properly and how to build a better world tomorrow. So that was the issue. And when I came, I was, surrounded by people with brilliant idea, brilliant vision, and a really strong vision of delivery.
you know, because it's not just about ideas, about delivery as is into the market. So financing innovation, you know, between both continents with some startups program, I can mention a lot. I was here also 2 years ago with OCP Africa, you know, talking about acceleration startups into the continent with a program name was Impulse. So we had the time, you know, to figure out what was the best way to promote startups in front of investment, funding and big companies dealing with these issues. And Europe was doing great, also financing, you know, some startups from the African continent. There is so many guys. You have Emerging Valley also. I forgot to mention them, sorry, in Marseille. So Social Inclusive Business Camp was part of Emerging Valley program. And it was, you know, the entry point in Marseille to build a global vision about the food issue, of course, but not just the issue of food, but health issue and financing the innovation, but also financing the adoption of technology into the market, because I mentioned delivery. And the thing is, you can have a lot of program, but if you didn't answer the why financing? Why financing the startups? We mentioned carbon. Well, carbon footprint is a really big issue. Compensation, sequestration of carbon, you know, needs calculator. When you deal with farmers, you need to really understand which kind of reference criteria you are using for understanding which kind of materials, soil material you have into the ground. So it's a matter of understanding the technology, but also understanding why we are financing this. So it's a bridge, but Morocco is, of course, a really beautiful bridge because it helps startups to find a way to deal and find collaboration, you know, to really find partnerships, strong partnerships.
And I see that in one of your notes, you talked about EU African Startups Ecosystems Collaboration and Investment Program called Tender. Could you give us some of these examples?
Well, yes, you have AET Food from the European Commission, you have ICT1, you have Smart Agri Apps. All these guys, you know, are doing really great job to foster the idea about, you know, improving and accelerating into the market adoption, because in Europe for a long time we had a vision like, okay, we will finance first innovation. So you have plenty of startups coming with brilliant idea, other not so brilliant. So you need to figure out that that's just the beginning of the story. The main part is how to finance the adoption onto the market. So you really need to have expertise on this. And you need guys like them, you know, to deal with DRL, TRL indicator, you know, that helps, you know, to focus on what can be the level of demand into the market and what can be the offer of technology in front. We had some big story with the IoT. I was working in the telco, you know, Internet of Things sector for several years for smart agriculture, smart cities, this kind of thing. And the approach was really interesting because the market was needing, you know, to connect device. But which kind of protocol you will be using? So how we will finance this protocol inside Europe, inside African country, this kind of thing. So it's a matter of understanding, you know, the velocity, the reactivity into the players to finance the transition, you know, technological and agroecological transition by building this hub. So you mentioned this kind of program. We need, you know, hub. We really need people to understand the value of data, you know, because tomorrow we will be, you know, plenty of guys wanting to promote their technology much more than others. But I think it's not the way to think. The way to think is how we can combine the strength, how we can work together, how we can mix like traceability blockchain with value and data management protocol to combine with a good traceability coming from the data quality, you know, the fiability, the reliability of the data, so certifying the thing. So it's a matter of, you know, partnership between both European and African into this hub.
And you know, yourself, you've got 2 startups. So if we're to take from your experience when it comes to dealing with regulatory agencies, what would you say how has that been for you, and what has been your experience in dealing with regulatory agencies?
Yeah, well, it's not a small issue. This, you know, we call carbon agreement, you know, between Morocco and France, for example, or Europe. It's about, you know, in Morocco you have ASMEX, So they need to find out, on decarbonation, industry decarbonation, how it will be the rules in Europe and how to be able to find win-win rules, we can say it like this. So my first company was based in France and the second one was based in Morocco. So that's exactly what I try to do, is putting a feet here and putting a feet in the other way to regulate the market, in a proper way, in terms of mindset. But I think we are almost close. Yesterday I had a really good discussion during the dinner about, the new generation empowering, young on both sides. I'm Franco-Italian, so my mom from Italy, my dad is from France, so I born in a two vision of Europe. So it's helped me maybe to be more open-minded and finding a way to collaborate in a good way.
Fabricio, I'd like to thank you very much for sharing with us your experience and insight about some of about startups and financing and the funding and some of your experiences in that light. Thank you very much. Have you got anything more to share with us just before?
Oh yeah, maybe, last thing is don't hesitate to really organize events, physical. I know it's kind of period of time where we didn't know a lot of things about the future, it's a remote event and this kind of thing, hybrid, but I had the privilege to meet really interesting person, and this helped me, to open my vision on this world, and we need to. I know it's hard, but we need to meet people. We need to travel when it's possible, of course, and we need to build a better, world together.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, one of the aims of this summit, the EU-Africa Business Summit, is to bring politics and business together in order to provide them with an opportunity to debate and pursue their common goals. For the future of the EU and Africa to be mutually prosperous, all actors must be involved in creating a new alliance based on fair and sustainable partnerships. To talk more about this and other matters that include climate change, we've got the Deputy Director of ENVI at the European Commission, the newly appointed Deputy Director, I should add, Patrick Child. A warm welcome. Thank you very much. He joins me online.
Hi, Jerry. Good to be with you.
Great. And we're happy to have you with us. Straight into it, as a response to the climate and sustainability challenges, how can the EU support African countries in its green transition?
Well, I think the good news is the European Union and Africa already have a very well-established privileged partnership, and we need to work within this partnership, I think, to deepen and promote a mutually prosperous future. And this means, I think, for both continents, creating new and deeper alliances based on fair and sustainable partnerships. And I think that this is, the time really for us to take our relationship to a strategic new level as we work together, both to overcome and build back, we hope, better and more resilient and prosperous following the effects of the COVID pandemic, but also as we grasp together the green and digital challenges that lay ahead of us. Now, at the European level, we have the European Green Deal, which is our new green growth strategy in order to transform in very profound ways the European economy. And that, is built up, this Green Deal strategy, with more detailed components around progress on the circular economy. I was very happy to participate earlier today in a session dedicated specifically to the opportunities that the circular economy will bring for businesses both in Africa and in the European Union to benefit from the sort of green dividends that we can see from the present transition, but also for things in the Green Deal on biodiversity, zero pollution, and many other dimensions to our strategy, which I think give a really exciting set of opportunities for deeper collaboration with African partners. Because I think we're convinced that building a low carbon, more circular and more resilient economy is also highly relevant for the long-term sustainability for African growth. And we are in the European Commission, in the European Union, willing to bring all the different dimensions of our relationship to support Africa's green transition, whether it's policy dialogue, development cooperation, our very strong and growing trade agreements, as well as our research and innovation programs, and business-to-business contacts, and many other things. So I think it's a really exciting moment to be talking about how we in Europe and Africa can work together in partnership to support our shared objectives for the green transition.
Indeed. And also, it's interesting to note that this is coming just after a major conference on climate change with African leaders and business leaders and government leaders taking part in that conference and making resolutions as regards as that and the transition to the green transition. Let's talk about businesses now, African businesses, and what are the main opportunities offered by the circular economy for African businesses?
Well, I think that, what we've seen in the European Union, in the European economy, is that we increasingly are relying on sustainable global value chains in order to develop the circular economy. For example, many large European companies have supply chains that begin in emerging economies and in developing countries. And so I think that this sort of interconnected network of value chains, which is increasingly characterizing the global economy, is something that we need to work with and gives us a real opportunity, I think, particularly when we're thinking about the transition to the circular economy, which will enable us really to take advantage of the most sort of advanced technological developments, but also to bring the specific contexts and experiences that you find in many African countries to the this green agenda. And I'd just like to pick out a few examples. Firstly, for economies in developing countries, I think improving the environmental sustainability of the economy is at least as important as in developed countries, particularly if we think of the potential costs of the present very worrying trends in terms of environmental degradation that risks locking communities and regions further into poverty and the negative effects of pollution, of climate change. And I think that the circular economy can provide an opportunity to leapfrog to more sustainable consumption and production models, and therefore for developing and least developed countries to diversify their economies and create more value on the African continent to ensure that nobody is left behind in this global transition. And I think that we've seen in Europe and elsewhere that sustainable practices do deliver many different economic benefits. Local job creation, as we develop further activities of reuse, repair, manufacturing, collection and recycling of goods and materials into a second life cycle, as well as cost savings as we create value from waste and reduce the pressure on finite resources that we have. as well as improved competitiveness and market penetration. So I think as we continue to advance in Europe and in Africa towards the transition to the circular economy, we will find opportunities to work together on new value chains which are more sustainable and open new trading opportunities between our two continents, and therefore support what we're doing, not just in terms of the green and sustainability agenda, but more generally in ensuring more opportunities, more jobs, and better quality of life for all of our citizens.
Mr. Child, which partnerships could businesses develop in Africa so as to promote the circular economy? Which partnerships?
Well, I think that all that we do in this space needs to be focused on making further progress with the implementation of what we've called, I think, together, the third industrial development decade for Africa between 2016 and 2025. And within this very important agenda, some of the specific areas where partnerships, I think, would be most beneficial would be, firstly, when we're talking about small and medium-sized enterprises, because we know that they play a very dynamic and often sort of market-leading role in the development of green industrial sectors. And in order to achieve this, I think we need to reinforce bilateral, regional, as well as international cooperation to give an operational content to the circular economy and green industrial development by exchanges on best practices and best practice both in policy terms and in terms of our governance frameworks. And to underpin this government-to-government partnership, we also need, I think, to support more and more business-to-business value chain collaborations in the areas of like product design, resource efficiency, cleaner production methods, sustainable materials, water, energy, and waste management systems and technologies. And I think events like this EU-Africa Business Summit give a very good opportunity to foster the sort of interactions between business leaders in both continents, as well as the politicians and policymakers, in order to achieve this sort of close collaboration that we want to see. So, I mean, I'm very much looking forward to building on the results of this EU-Africa Business Summit, also as we look forward to the next EU-African Union Summit meeting next February, when we will also have the opportunity, I hope, to continue the conversation in the Europe-Africa Business Forum that will be managed jointly between the European Commission and the African Union Commission in the margins of that event, in order to identify opportunities to scale up our partnership between the European Union and Africa private sectors, in particular as we pursue this greener economic agenda. Just in conclusion, I just want to stress, I mean, firstly, we need to work together as policymakers to create an enabling policy and financial framework to encourage innovation, to facilitate the transition and reduce or even eliminate financial and other barriers that hold back the creative circular business practices and business models that we need, especially when we're looking at the greening through the work of small and medium-sized enterprises. And we are looking to develop our cooperation on these policy frameworks through the dialogues that we are able to establish with partner governments in platforms such as the African Circular Economy Alliance. And finally, we are aiming to use EU innovative financial instruments, blending and financial guarantees under the European Fund for Sustainable Development to ease access to finance and to support promising businesses.
Patrick Child, Director General, Environment at the EU Commission. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much. It's great to be with you, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thank you. And
Good day from Nairobi, welcome. Good day from Nairobi, welcome and thank you for participating in the 4th edition of the EU-Africa Business Summit. I'm Andres Kipani, the Eastern Central Africa Bureau Chief with the Financial Times, and I'm delighted to moderate this panel on healthcare innovation and vaccine equity. To discuss these issues today, we have Christoula Zacharopoulou, a member of the European Parliament and the rapporteur of the New Africa EU Strategy, and Maria Shobarragan, Director of the European Investment Bank. Thank you, Christoula and Maria, for being here. It's a pleasure to be with you. I mean, you know the news better than I do. Omicron, the new COVID virus variant that was discovered in South Africa last week by a team of scientists there, has put the pandemic back at the forefront of global woes, has put vaccine inequity and travel bans, which are considered unfair by many Africans, in focus in the continent. Currently, fewer than 1% of Africa's vaccines are locally manufactured, leaving the continent quite dependent on global supply. But Africa's vaccine market could be more than double in value within the next decade. And a bigger African vaccine manufacturer could boost health and economic progress across the continent, obviously pumping up public health for Africans. Christoula, let me start with you, if that's okay. I mean, many people here in Africa are now complaining of how unfair it is that in a continent where not even 7% of the population has been fully vaccinated due to mainly lack of vaccines, but which managed to identify the new variant, some countries have been put on red list again. I'm thinking of how important the role of health investments are and the weight of this renewed EU-Africa partnership would be. I mean, what place do you think health and particular investments in health systems should have in this new partnership, and if any areas like where you are going to prioritize the actions?
Yes, thank you, Andres. And first of all, I'd like, to thank the European Business Summit for inviting me to participate in this event today. And of course, we are going to speak about health and investment on health. And this is particularly dear to me. First of all, because I'm a doctor. And as you said, I'm the rapporteur for the New Africa European Union strategy, but also co-chair of the COVAX Shareholder Council. So it will be always one of my main battles. But before talking to you about the importance of investing in health, I would like to briefly review the situation in which we have found ourselves for almost 2 years. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the European Union, and notably, I have to say, on the initiative of France, has led the global response based on multilateralism and international solidarity. You know that it was created ACTA mechanism at this vaccine pillar, which is called COVAX. We did this because immediately we understood, and as you spoke at the beginning on this, the appearance of a new variant, we understood immediately that low and middle income countries, in particular the African continent, did not have the same means to fight against the virus. So the pandemic has immediately raised fears and of the worst for Africa because of the weakness of its health systems. It was therefore necessary to find vaccine, the first, and to allow its equitable access in the north as well in the south as soon as possible. There is no doubt, I don't say that it's perfect, of course, but I'm sure that there is no doubt that without COVAX, the disparities between the North and the South will be even greater, bigger. I cannot even imagine. But the many difficulties we have found in that immunization in Africa is still at a particularly low level. It is about 6-7%, and this is unacceptable. If I talk to you about the vaccination gap between our two continents, Africa and Europe, it is of course because it continues to be a real public health problem that concerns us all, but also because the question of vaccination is having a serious and perhaps lasting impact on our relationship with Africa. A few days ago, when I was in Kigali during the ministerial, that means we were all together with the foreign minister of both continents, I saw that during the debate that the health crisis, and more particularly the question of vaccination inequality, risk creating a deep one in our partnership with Africa. And it risks not only to bother the cohesion, but also the trust between our leaders and our peoples. So I'm convinced that in the very short term, health issues will be determine the shape and even the success of the partnership between Africa and Europe. We cannot let the pandemic create a divide between our continents. So I'm therefore absolutely convinced that investment and cooperation in health must be placed so at the heart of our new partnership with Africa. This is the message that I wanted to convey in my report, voted by the European Parliament last March. We can talk about investments, trade, economic development, etc., but none of this, is possible if we do not first fight for universal access to health. Simply because health is the basis of everything. It's not only a right, but also the essential condition for any human development. And it allows everyone to live in dignity and to develop also the potential. Health should not be seen as a cost, but as a necessary investment also for economic recovery. A healthy population can produce more, if we speak like the economist. So we are engaged in a process of redefining our relationship with Africa. So next February, we'll have the summit. And this summit between African Union and European Union, it has to give a new dynamic of cooperation. So we have to seize this opportunity to invest in health, invest in production capacities, in research, invest in the training of health personnel and the researchers, invest in health infrastructures, and also wash services, and many others. By working together on health issues, many injustices can be avoided, and we can better prepare together for future health crises. I would like now to speak about some concrete action that can and must be taken in the area of health. You know that in European Union, because of the problem of India, we understood that we have to help the COVAX mechanism. So we decided to reduce this gap, and we announced donation of vaccines. So for the moment, we are not, as we say, au rendezvous. That means that we have to give more, and now with this we have, but the countries have to vaccinate as possible. Donation of doses now are being wrapped up, and COVAX is continuing its effort to ensure they get where they are most urgently needed. So ensuring access to the vaccine for all, it is the first and most urgent step in reducing global health inequities. But in the long term, cooperation in the area of health should be aimed at strengthening African health systems and manufacturing capacities. And this situation, it is a desire in Africa, and we, as the European Union, we invest in health system because we understood, not only us, but the African, ask that they have to reinforce their health system that have to be resilient to future pandemics. So the Abuja Declaration must be remembered, the commitment to spend 15% of domestic budgets annually on healthcare, it was 20 years ago, needs to be implemented. And this is the responsibility, if I can say, of the African leaders. But clearly, this will not be enough. The pandemic also has highlighted problem that directly concerns the private sector. This is Africa's dependence on the rest of the world for medical and the pharmaceutical products. The African continent imports 94% of its medicines and 90% of its vaccines. So resilient health systems will require the development of real health African sovereignty. The continent is thus in the process of creating drug and vaccine manufacturing hubs that are necessary to its strategic autonomy. And the EU invest a lot, and we will be there beside them. Last July, I went to Senegal together with Maria from the European Investment Bank on the occasion of the launch of a partnership between Team Europe and other donors and the Pasteur Institute in Dakar to produce vaccines against COVID and also other vaccines. Last month, also with Maria, we were in Kigali in Rwanda, which together with South Africa is to become another important manufacturing hub in Africa. So you see that Team Europe is there, but domestic funds will be key, of course. But the involvement now of the private sector, encouraged by public resources and in particular official development assistance, will be decisive in developing production capacity for vaccines, pharmaceutical and medical equipment in Africa. We are fortunate to have Maria with us today to elaborate further on the financial instruments and the support provided by the European Investment Bank, which is doing a tremendous job in building this African health sovereignty. And before giving her the floor, I would like to address one last point that will be very important to enable and encourage investment in health. So, attracting private investment and developing African pharmaceutical industry cannot be achieved without the regulatory convergence that is necessary for the good functioning of an African market for vaccines and pharmaceutical products. I'm convinced that this process of integration of the African market, which is part of the development of the African continent free trade area, opens great opportunities for cooperation between the European Union and the African Union. For example, the future African Medicines Agency must benefit from the European experience within the European Medicines Agency and work together. The European institution, the member state, and the European Investment Bank all united in Team Europe, must absolutely propose a health partnership to Africa that covers all facets of Africa's health sovereignty and its resilience to crisis. Health is something very intimate. It directly determines our well-being. For this reason, I think that cooperation in health creates trust principle. It's like, the relationship between a doctor and a patient is a question of trust. So it is very symbolic way to give a new breath to our relationship with Africa. And I thank you and look forward to hearing from Maria. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Crisula. Just before jumping onto Maria, so then African countries, aside from COVAX, they have been procuring their own vaccines. I mean, we know, as you said, Rwanda, South Africa, and Senegal start. I mean, but it's going to take a while before we can scale that up to the levels needed. Now, as you said, 6.6% according to today's latest Africa CDC numbers, 6.6% of the population in Africa has been fully vaccinated. With all of this, are we hopeful that we're going to get more vaccines in the next months here?
I think that what as now a member of the European Union, with my role of the co-chair of shareholders, I push all the member states of the European Union to accelerate their donation. It is very important, not only for question of solidarity, but also the question of safety for all. That we, the rich countries, were vaccinated and not the others. You see that we're not going to finish this virus. Who all time it makes mutation, and we don't know what is going to happen. So for me, the priority is now that we accelerate our donation. And also, I have to say, Andreas, that the responsibility also is of the industry. The industry has to help these countries, has to deliver more to the COVAX mechanism, because we, of course, will have some vaccine as member states, but the industry has a key role on that. And so I make a call also to them. They have to hurry up. They have to understand that we have to vaccinate all people, and particularly the African continent. This is also their responsibility, that of course they gain a lot of money, but they received also public money to develop these vaccines. So I think that also USA, also United Kingdom, all these countries will have, now to be serious and to say that all together we have to accelerate donation and put pressure on the pharmaceutical industry.
Thank you, Priscilla. And you said safety for all. Hopefully, one of the lessons we're going to get out of the pandemic, hopefully, is that we are all linked in a sort of like chain of humanity. Maria, let's focus on projects finance on the ground here in Africa. How is the IB, as sort of like part of Team Europe, working for health and vaccination in Africa, and what sort of like concrete actions we can see on the ground here?
Thank you very much, Andres. And I also want to thank the organizers. It is really an honor to be part of this panel, to speak with my friend Crisula Zacharopoulou at this EU-Africa Business Summit. I am the director at the European Investment Bank, responsible for our investments, our lending in Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America. And it really is, I know, normally banks are not placed in the health sector, but what we are seeing is that it's all about investments, and that's where banks have a lot to contribute. And that's why I was very pleased that Crisula was already mentioning that what needs to happen is much more investment in this sector, and much of this investment to happen in Africa, on the African continent. And what is clear is that there is no prosperity without health. So tackling the pandemic is a precondition to return to economic growth and to have a chance to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals during this critical decade. Now there is just a limited number of years to 2030. So in the same way that other global challenges like climate change needs to be tackled together, we cannot solve it only by investing in the European Union. We need to invest globally. The same applies to the health challenges. And COVID has brought this very much to the forefront. So what is it that the European Investment Bank is doing? And let's remember that the European Investment Bank is the Bank of the European Union. Our shareholders are the 27 member states of the European Union. There is the very first urgent thing is access to vaccines. And Chrysoula has been very clear about this. The inequity in access to vaccines in Africa is appalling, and the European Investment Bank is doing all we can to reduce this. And how are we doing this? We're making cash available to COVAX. So one of the things that COVAX needed was to be able to acquire vaccines as soon as they become available. They depend on donations, but donations of cash come when they come. And in the meantime, we can advance money. Banks, we can do this. So we have already dispersed more than $700 million US, and in total, we're going to be providing $1 billion US to COVAX to accelerate their access to cash, and therefore that they can acquire vaccines for the countries. And within this, prioritizing Africa, by the way, clearly for the AMC countries, and within this, prioritizing Africa. But we're also in discussions with AVAT, because we understand that Africa wants to have its own autonomous access to procurement of vaccines, and supporting AVAX is also in our plans together with our friends from Afreximbank. So that is happening now and it's urgent. But at the same time, and this is important that we do it, it's not sequential, it's at the same time, we need to be working on two other aspects: vaccine manufacturing and in general, healthcare products manufacturing, and at the same time, reinforcing primary healthcare systems in the countries in Africa. So let me address the first one first. Here, what we're talking about is increasing manufacturing capacity on the African continent for vaccines first, and starting with COVID vaccines. But let's remember that Africa was one of the big demandeurs of vaccines over the years, so that they can also manufacture other vaccines for endemic diseases or for other African-prone diseases that maybe in other regions of the world there is less interest in manufacturing. And here, Team Europe is fully committed with the hubs that have been identified by the African Union CDC and by WHO. It is not for us to say where vaccine manufacturing needs to happen, but it is clear that it needs to happen in places where you can have the whole ecosystem. It is not an easy endeavor, and therefore you need the regulatory, the quality control, you need to have the human capital, you need to have this whole system. And for this, Africa CDC has identified Senegal, Rwanda, and South Africa. So specifically, what are we doing? We are working in each one of these countries, in Senegal with the Institut Pasteur de Dakar, in Rwanda with the Rwanda Biomedical Center, and it is providing finance, mobilizing grants to make sure that vaccine production lines, and not only for fill and finish, also for the active ingredients, are put in place by 2022. This is really around the corner, and things are moving. I've seen the works in Senegal, and the building is already there. It is being furnished right now. And in Rwanda, I've seen the plot where the manufacturing is going to happen. So it is very concrete, and at the same time, we need to be attracting, creating incentives for some of these private sector vaccine manufacturers to come and bring the technology, but manufacture locally, and not only fill and finish, also the actual ingredients themselves. With this, then there will be a capacity that can be used for other vaccines. And let's keep that in mind, because from a financial point of view, it is clear that COVID vaccines alone do not sustain economically these investments that are very substantial.
Maria, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
That's a key point, because, I mean, you know Latin America well. And, for example, Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina already had capacity to develop vaccines. Let's leave Latin American politics aside for a while. When Latin American politics didn't get in the way, they were ready to start making vaccines. Do you think in 3, 4, 5, 10 years' time, if something similar happens, let's hope not, Africa would then be ready with these facilities to face the next pandemic or epidemic or whatever it is with this investment?
Yeah. That's precisely what we're working for. So at some point we were thinking, hopefully Africa will have received enough COVID vaccines, so it would be for boosters only, but somehow now maybe by 2022 there still will be a need for more COVID vaccines. But it is not only about COVID vaccines. We are in discussions, and there have been announcements about this. BioNTech, the European champion, is talking about a vaccine for malaria. And this is something that is very much for Africa. It's also in other regions in the world, but it's not the same variant of malaria in one and the other of the regions, so that Africa can have its own initiative and its own capacity, also the human resources, to devise and manufacture its own vaccines and not be dependent, and the MEP has also mentioned it, about politics in other continents or in other countries, because what happened in India, on the one side, you can understand it, but it has had very serious consequences in Africa. So it's about this autonomy and being able to manufacture themselves. If you look at it, we're talking about relatively small countries. Senegal and Rwanda do not have a very big population. So it's clearly not for those countries. It's for Africa, it's for the region, and that's in the design. What we've also done, because the IB alone is not doing it, we are co-financing with other peers, is set up a platform. It's called the SHIRA platform, and it is to mobilize more finance for private sector investments. And let me say, not only for vaccine manufacturing, there is a deficit of medicines manufacturing in Africa, of active pharmaceutical ingredients. And this we're mobilizing funds for. But let me come to my last point, because I realize we're running out of time. At the same time as we're engaging private sector for manufacturing, we need to reinforce the primary healthcare systems in countries. This is a work that needs to be done with the governments, because here it is these systems, the health systems, the ones that are confronted in the front line with the disease and are the ones that have to be using these vaccines. There's no point in having vaccines and then not having the logistics and the people cannot deliver these vaccines. So beyond vaccines, to be able also from a digital point of view to know who has been vaccinated, who needs their second or a booster dose and these type of things, we need to be reinforcing the capacities of diagnostics, of vaccination, and of treatment. So it's all a systematic effort in terms of investment. And how can this be done? Only with partnerships. Not one party can do this. And that's why we are partnering at the multilateral level with WHO, with Gavi, COVAX, the Gates Foundation, really with everyone that is active in this system, at regional level with the African Development Bank, with Afreximbank, with any of the partners that want to participate, and at national level, working with the authorities. And very importantly, working with the private sector. We need to mobilize them, create incentives, and create the ecosystem for them to be investing in Africa. So I'll conclude here. I'm very, as you can see, we're very passionate about this topic, and I'm really happy that I was invited to this panel, and congratulations for the success of this year's event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much, Cristina. I think if I have to leave with 2 words that you both have said are urgency and cooperation. Thank you again for the conversation. Thank you to the audience for watching. Stay tuned, please. There will be more EU-Africa Business Summit to come. Thank you, Maria and Cristina, once again, and thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andres.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to our panel on digital transformation. I'm Shada Islam. I'm an independent EU commentator and analyst today here in Marrakesh, but normally based in Brussels. Now, COVID-19, dear friends, has taught us many things. And I think one of the most important lessons we've learned is just how important the digital world is for us. We live, we work, we inhabit a digital world. Digitalization has helped us during this COVID-19 pandemic. It drives development, the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. It drives finance, it drives healthcare, it drives citizenship and governance as well. We talk a lot about digital nomads, digital natives. The fact is that we are all working with digital. It would not be possible for me to be talking to you and to the panelists who will be joining us online if we didn't have digital connectivity. The European Union, we know, is coming out with a number of digital policies. Practically every month there's a new initiative, and that's very important. Digital connectivity, digitalization is also at the core of the African Union's Agenda 2063. But today, more than 80% of Africa's population has a mobile phone. That's an extraordinary statistic, and I think we need to recognize that in many ways, Africa has been ahead of the curve when it comes to digital mobile telephony. Now, in several African countries, the digital economy is becoming one of the main drivers of growth and GDP. Digital trade is growing across the free trade area that's being set up. But Africa is still the least connected region in the world. Now, to explore some of these questions, these challenges, these opportunities, we have a panel that includes Jean-Paul Adam. He's director at the Economic Commission for Africa, joining us online. We also have Ms. Linda Munyeng Terwa. She's Regional Industry Director of Infrastructure at the International Finance Corporation. We have Mr. Joachim Reiter, Chief External and Corporate Affairs Officer at Vodafone Group. And we have Mr. Fabrizio Lobasso, Deputy Director, Sub-Saharan Africa at the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We're going to kick off with you, Mr. Adams. Thank you for joining us. And the question for you really is, we're talking about the African continental free trade area and how important is the digital connectivity agenda, digitalization, for actually achieving this free trade area? The screen's yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to join.
Having some trouble joining, Mr. Adam. Go ahead, Mr. Adam, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I'm connected and I can see you.
Loud and clear.
Great. So thank you very much, first of all, for allowing the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to come in and share our experiences. And I'm delighted to be here also on behalf of Dr. Vera Songwe, the Executive Secretary, to be able to share some of these ideas with you. The African Continental Free Trade Area is one of the really the platform initiatives that we're looking at to be able to help Africa build forward better in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, and really be able to transform the economic relations of Africa with the rest of the world, moving away from what is predominantly a commodity export-based economy towards one which is based around building more sustainable value chains. And what we can see is that, first of all, one of the biggest challenges for Africa is that the scope for intra-African exports is currently very limited. Mm-hmm. Digital technologies are one of the areas that we're looking at to actually improve that. And the COVID-19 pandemic has actually showed how this can be possible. So one of the initiatives that the Economic Commission for Africa has been involved in is the African Medical Supplies Platform, jointly with the Afrexim Bank, the Africa Export and Import Bank. And this is aimed at creating a internet-based technology which connects African suppliers also with procurement teams from across the continent, and allowing them to have reliable access to the appropriate technologies that are being produced in Africa. And we saw this was extremely useful, particularly in getting things like PPE to health departments. And it has also provided a source of finance, for example, for African producers to be able to invest in upscaling their production very quickly to meet demand. We've also been working around capacity building, particularly around young women and girls. And one of the flagship initiatives has been the African Girls Can Code initiative. And this is about bringing digital skills to young women and girls across the continent in a way which can allow them either to pursue further education in that field or to get involved as well in, for example, setting up a business or creating a startup. And in particular in Africa, this is because we recognize that women hold only 29% and 33% respectively of middle and senior management roles in telecoms, media, and technology industries in Africa. And Africa also already has the lowest rate of internet penetration, but also has the widest digital gender gap, with only 22.5% of women using the internet compared with 33.8% of men. And the African Girls Can Code initiative is also aimed at linking these potential young entrepreneurs in Africa with the opportunities that will be created by the African Continental Free Trade Area, including, for example, making use of better access to markets and making use of the emerging e-commerce opportunity, which is also linked to the African Union digital transformation strategy. We are also working to support innovation across the continent, and in particular through the Industrial Innovation Investment Week, which is the pilot is being launched in Kenya. And this is focusing particularly on young people, and again, being able to bring together manufacturers, entrepreneurs, and the necessary capacity building, technology, education skills to really stimulate young people to get involved in these sectors as a means of building on the African Continental Free Trade Area opportunity and looking for particular growth opportunities where they can invest to ride the digital innovation wave. And we are also looking at facilitating payment systems through, for example, facilitating the framework in different countries so that digital payment systems can be facilitated. This is a key element as well of improving financial inclusion, because one of the things that Africa has been very successful about is, for example, mobile money, where a large number of people have been able to, who were previously not in the banking system, have been able to have access to them through mobile systems.
Quite
so all of these
innovative,
different
actually.
elements.
Yeah. Could you just very quickly following up, Mr. Adam, on the digital payment system? It's quite innovative in Africa, isn't it?
In Africa, it has been transformative because the majority of businesses in Africa are informal. Over 70% of these people are working in sectors such as agriculture, and often in the rural setting with limited access to energy, first of all, but also limited access to banking and so on. So mobile money has allowed a lot of these people to access for the first time the financial system. And in particular, we've seen women entrepreneurs being able to have access in a way which they never had before. And what we're looking to do now is further facilitate that inclusion through using, again, mobile networks, but also by rolling out more access to the internet so that they can have a wider range of services, including improving in particular access to financing so that they can invest in their businesses and startups. And this is something that the development of e-commerce in particular linked to the African Continental Free Trade Area can facilitate.
Thank you very much indeed. Quite a complete overview there, and talking about finance, the gender gap, need to get the internet and digital technologies to younger people. Brings me to you, Mr. Reiter. Joachim, thank you for joining us as well from the Vodafone Group. Now, you've heard everything that Jean-Paul Adam has said, and I was just wondering from your point of view, from Vodafone's point of view, how are you working with this digital transformation agenda that is developing and is gaining momentum actually in Africa? Can you talk about some of the partnerships you have, the success stories that you have, and the challenges you face, perhaps? Screen's yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Jean-Paul gave an incredible tour d'horizon where he covered a lot of ground, and I will not do justice to cover all the touch points. But frankly, just to say that many of the topics that Jean-Paul referred to are exactly the topics that we work on in partnership as Vodafone, of course, with our European footprint, together with Vodacom, which is our subsidiary across Africa. I think just to give some examples of what he talked about, because what I find many times when we talk about digital transformation in Africa is the presumption somehow that Africa is struggling. What we see as Vodafone is some of our best talents, some of our most sophisticated technology innovations come from our African footprint. We're now developing technologies in Africa that we are actually repurposing to be sold in Europe. So I thought it could perhaps also be useful that I give a few of these examples. But if I start with the type of areas that we want to really focus on as part of digital transformation, as you know, we work in the infrastructure space, and Jean-Paul referred to the connectivity gap that exists. It's a very serious problem, and we can discuss a little bit around why that problem still persists. We have Linda on the call as well. IFC plays an important role in trying to overcome some of the funding gaps that exist to ensure that everyone has access to broadband. But beyond that, we of course have the service layer and then the platform layer. And what is quite unique in Africa, contrary, for example, to Europe, is that there are companies in Africa that manages the entire stack of these services, like a company like Vodafone or Vodacom, but also MTN and others. And if you look at the platforms that are then providing the springboard for developmental leapfrogging, some of the things that we're looking at now is radical transformation of the education systems through e-learning platforms. We already have today as Vodacom 1.6 million learners on this. We have put a target in the next few years to get to 6 million kids across Africa being able to access education. And of course, that opens up a completely different opportunity also to access world-class education through the entire phase of your educational period. Second thing, an area that we are working very heavily on is health, everything from maternal health in Tanzania, where we have developed Uber ambulances utilizing mobile money as a way of making sure that women have complete different access to reproductive health systems. But also, frankly, on the vaccine rollout, there was a previous panel that I connected early on to listen to about the challenges of getting vaccines across Africa. We talked about 6% of the African population, just about 6% covered by vaccines already. I mean, there's two challenges. One is the vaccine injustice that Africa is faced with. The second problem is one of distribution in market, moving from arrival in ports, arrival in airports to distribute to the end customer, and managing a system of gradually upgrading for first vaccination, second vaccination, and boosters. That is only possible if you leverage digital platforms. And we have developed a digital platform and working together with Auda Nepad to roll that out in more countries. Currently, 25 million South Africans have been vaccinated utilizing this platform. The third thing I want to highlight is what Jean-Paul referred to as M-Pesa. We have 50 million people, 15.2 billion transactions. M-Pesa, mobile money in Africa today, and purely just a Vodacom, Safaricom platform, which is called M-Pesa, is today bigger than PayPal. Not a lot of people know that there is an African innovation running in Africa that is bigger than one of the household names in America with respect to financial transactions and payment systems. But that provides an enormous opportunity to leverage that for digital transformation of businesses more broadly. Jean-Paul referred to smallholder farmers, women entrepreneurs. And he's absolutely right, because the way that we now plug M-Pesa into, for example, agricultural platforms, driving e-commerce, allowing smallholder farmers to have better access to market, but also improve their operations. And what we have seen in the platforms we have built around agriculture is a 15 to 20% increase in yields by utilizing the combination of digital tools combined with mobile money solutions. So there is an enormous untapped potential across Africa. The key message I have is, first, we do not have a lot of time. COVID has shown that digital has become a dividing line in our society. Because digital has become a crucial element of empowering people, and all of us rely on digital, those that are left behind now suffer more than was the case before. So we have to be far more deliberate around how we intend to bridge the digital divides in our society. And they're very, very serious, and they're very, very significant, including Europe, but for sure in Africa as well. And it's, as the Secretary General of the UN said, it's a life and death issue increasing. So all of us are going to have to have the sense of urgency to address it. The second thing which I want to call out is all the things I referred to that we are doing as Vodafone or Vodacom requires partnerships, deep partnerships, where you come together and co-create solutions. So give you a concrete example, for every single thing, from farming up to financial inclusion, up to infrastructure gaps, we are always looking at partners, international institutions or other business or on the industry association, because at this point in time, we need to get scale and scale very quickly. And there's no way that an individual company is going to be able to do that. We simply do not have the time for an individual company to drive this scale. It will have to be happening through partnerships. So very, very important for us. And one of the key learnings coming out of COVID for us in terms of the speed and pace of delivery is that we have to be faster at creating those partnerships, making them deep and co-create solutions to address the developmental challenges of the various digital devices that we see, both in Europe, by the way, and in Africa. Many of the things we talk about in Africa around education, health, agriculture are also things that needs to be fixed in Europe. Not with the same starting point, but for sure with the same scars that has been exposed in our socioeconomic fabric from COVID. And it requires a different sense of urgency and a different sense of ways of collaboration coming together in order to address it.
Thank you very much, Joachim. So pointing to the need, really the urgent need to talk about the digital divide, take action to try and ease that gap, fill that gap. No one should be left behind. We've seen how important digital is at the moment. Our lives literally in many ways depend on it. Talking about also deep partnerships that are needed and about the speed. Joachim, it's been said that we've made progress in 2 years or 20 months of COVID that we wouldn't have made without COVID. It would have taken perhaps 2 decades to do that. Do you share that experience? That somehow things are going faster now because we have so much need for digital and digitalization. Do you think we just sort of, turned up the speed dial in a sense?
Yeah, I think absolutely. COVID is, there are very few times in history where you have critical junctures. Unfortunately, this critical juncture created by COVID is a devastating crisis for all of our society, and particularly the weakest in our society. But of course, we also need to embrace the silver lining in it in terms of some of the learnings that we have. And for sure, in the case of digital, it has moved much, much faster. Interestingly enough, and from where I sit, because I have a global outlook, some of the most sticky, stubborn practices that we have in institutional setup, particularly in Europe, has probably been more shocked by having to embrace this technology. We have found that our collaboration in Africa, for example, the openness from weak institutions, because they have recognized the weakness to embrace new technologies and embrace new solutions, have actually been greater than many times in, say, a national healthcare system with very established ways of working. And even there, COVID has really changed people's mindsets and changed. The way I describe it is that COVID has changed our perception of what is possible. And we have to capture that as a learning and propel ourselves. So absolutely has taken off. My fear is that we go back to a status quo. We try to sort of roll back afterwards, which I hope we will not be the case, because at this point, when we utilize these technologies, we are able to, in a completely different way, provide people hope and opportunities that we probably in the past failed to give them.
Right, but we would rely on you to make sure that we don't go back to the way things were. So you and your colleagues and everyone here at the Business Summit has a big role to play in making sure that this doesn't go back to the way things were, that we keep moving forward. I'll come back to you with some other questions in a second, Joachim. Let me turn to Linda now at the International Finance Corporation. Linda, welcome as well. Now, we've talked a lot about digital divides and digital infrastructure, and why is digital infrastructure still not at the pace? Why is it not developing at the pace that we need in Africa and to develop Africa's digital economy? What are your observations on that?
Thank you so much for having me. I think the first part is funding, right? And everything that you do will require, debt, equity, and I'm not so sure that enough has been directed to the sector. I think for the longest time, we were all focusing on energy, and Africa needs energy. We need to, and of course, it's absolutely critical to have energy, because in any case, if you don't have energy, it's very difficult to have the infrastructure, to have the telecommunications. I think now, as my predecessors have spoken, the need for digital has become critical. And I think we're beginning to see quite a significant movement in terms of actually putting infrastructure on the ground. For example, I understand that we've got more than 50 cables, submarine cables that have landed or are landing in Africa. The question is, how do you actually then turn those cables live? Because if cable can land, and then what? So I think developing the terrestrial infrastructure, which a lot of our countries don't have, is now going to be critical. Part of it is really has been a lack of, just simply a lack of focus in the sector. And I think a lot of focus has also been in terms of largely just MNOs and so mobile network operators, without necessarily going further than that. I think the other big constraint in my view has been that a lot of infrastructure in Africa in telecoms has been owned by government. Now, that's not to say that's a bad thing. But I think obviously we all know that if you collaborate with private sector, the efficiencies can be multiplied and the extent of reach can also be increased. The other point that we need to consider is Africa also still has quite a significant rural population. So how to access those populations has been very difficult, because also from a commercial economic perspective, they're not the most viable. So I think now with all of our partners, we all now beginning to think, how do we assist technology to actually reach those remote areas so that nobody is left behind? So I think a lot of thinking is now going into really harnessing the opportunity now, because in the past it was really seen as luxury. So, you had, a mobile phone or you had telecommunication because you could afford it. But I think now we've all realized that it's no longer a luxury. It's actually a necessity, whether you're talking about medical, whether you're talking about education. I think, Jean-Paul covered it very well, whether you're talking about banking, it's all become critical. And if we think about the situation with COVID, where people were queuing up to get social grants, if they actually had connection to mobile services, they would not have had to do that. So I think a lot has to be done in terms of our collaboration amongst the various stakeholders to figure out how do we efficiently and affordably roll out technology infrastructure across the continent.
Right, so a key point there about reaching out to the remote areas and the rural population that sometimes we do ignore. We're very focused, it's true, on urban centers and urban populations. I will ask you another question very quickly now, Linda, if I may, and it's the role of the private sector. We've just heard from Joachim talking about the Vodafone and his sort of commitment and engagement on Africa's digitalization. I was just wondering your point of view and how do you get the private sector, more people like Vodafone, more groups like Vodafone involved in this digital infrastructure? You talked about investments and the need for more financing.
I think part of it is, or at least the major part of it is regulation. We need to get the regulation right. We need to create a regulation that allows private sector participation in the various industries. And I think in a lot of cases, we don't have that regulation in place. It's restrictive in terms of allowing players to come into a country. So if we work, and this is something that we as IFC, together with the World Bank, are working on, is to understand what are the constraints or what are the regulatory impediments that are faced by private sector operators in various countries. So I think resolving the regulatory issue will be first and foremost. Access to finance, which I think is less of an issue, because I think there's quite a lot of funding now being directed to the sector. But in any case, it's to the traditional markets. We want to see financing going to some of the non-traditional markets. So, away from the key centers and also going into the rural areas. And I think this requires, us to think more creatively in terms of, models that will help us in terms of leveraging, say, highly profitable areas to subsidize the less profitable areas. How do we bring in concessional funding in terms of, if we want to increase rural connectivity? So really bringing all the entire toolkit to the table will become fundamental in terms of ensuring that we've got adequate funding to support infrastructure. And this is really where private sector plays a significant role. We are nimble. and able to move very quickly. I think if you talk about, it's always about timing. If you want to get a project done, there's always going to be an urgency to get it done. And so I think all we need is for the governments to create an enabling environment to allow those private sector participants to come in, and not only one or two, several, because if you create more competition, it means that you will also be able to support the lowering of tariffs, for example, and increase affordability.
Thank you very much, Linda. We'll come back to the question of regulation, which I think is really one of the key issues as well. We're seeing that in Europe as well, how important it is to get the rules and the legislation right. Let me turn to you, Fabrizio. Thank you for waiting and thank you for your patience. Now, we've talked about how digital is empowering people across the world, but we're talking now about Africa. And I was wondering, from your point of view, the impact on questions like good governance, human rights, people's empowerment. What do you think of that? We haven't talked about that yet, but these are very important questions as well, aren't they?
Thanks a lot, and thank you for inviting me, and congratulations, because this event comes at the right place at the right time. In these days, from UNESCO came out some important information about the relationship between ethics and artificial intelligence. So this comes at the right time. From our perspective, me as a man from institutions, but also at a private level, I would say that digitalization has a very, very important task, maybe the most important one, which is some way to empower civil society in order to prevent that the hole between civil society and institutions become greater and greater, and in the end, a non-solution problem. In this, I can see a bottom-up situation, but also a top-down situation, which is digitalization for governments and institutions in order to appear more credible towards civil society, and civil society digitalized in the sense that they may approach better the institutions with more consciousness and commitment. Italy, which is the country that I represent, has this, probably this purposely, we took this task in terms of empowering civil society, especially in terms of training and in this case it's virtual training. So you can imagine how important it is, just digitalization on good governance, rule of law, access to justice, and all these important issues that in some way they may create citizen trust towards institutions and vice versa. They may create efficiency, they may create transparency, they may create responsiveness, and this kind of a better delivery service. In one word, we are just focusing not only on the effects, which is digitalization, which is the GDP increasing with digitalized society, and all this, which sciences, just may explain very well. We're talking about values here. We're talking about something very deep. The deeper part of our issue is value. And we have to encounter Africa on the common ground, dialogue, via Legain, which is a point into the center of our conversation. We have to encounter Africa and Africans through dialogue on the value field. This is what I call value-oriented diplomacy, which is a way of intercepting, linking to the best way of Africans and our African partner to interpret some kind of values. Because as you may imagine, just the digitalization, artificial intelligence, especially in a continent as Africa, is not something autochthon, but it's something that is imported from other societies, and therefore it has other interpretation with whom we have to connect in order to understand and to make a fine-tuning of the best response to accelerate and to accompany, to take hand by hand and helping this famous leapfrogging or from some society. It's and this we can see, for example, also in commerce and trade, which is not only just export, import, direct investment, or the African Continental Free Trade Area barriers. It's deeper. The issue is deeper. It's to help African partners to discover their animal spirits in trade, in commerce, in finance, in green finance, in the defense of eco-sustainability and the ecosystems, which is something that we have to start from very, very deep, because otherwise we may run the risk of getting into the continent, proposing exported solutions, and probably not intercepting and linking with the real meaning of our African partners. Obviously, this has an immense outcome in, I think, tens of thousands of different directions. Let's think about, for example, what digitalization, how it may help youth, young entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, the gender balance, and so avoiding the risk of radicalization, of extremism, violent extremism, of jihadism, which sometimes, most of the times, I think it's connected with criminality, but it's connected with unemployment, with jobless situation, which pushes this young generations to believe in something different, which is not the state, which is not institution. Digitalization has a fundamental task, much more than we think. And the more and the faster we get this point, the better for the future relationship between EU and Africa and member states and the international community and the continent.
Thank you, Fabrizio. So making a point, I think a very important point, that it's not just about the economy, it's also about ethics, and it's also about empowering people. Thank you very much. Fabrizio, just one question. I mean, can you give us an example, a personal example of kind of a virtuous circle that has been created? Because you very rightly pointed to radicalization, extremism, and how digital can actually encourage that, but also prevent that, preempt that. So give us a virtuous example of something that you think has been quite successful in this field.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. I don't want to be, I don't want to appear, just too nationalist in naming or making example from my country. But I can tell you that just 1 week ago, I ran into our association of entrepreneurs, and we went there for a conference, and I had a long meeting with the president of a medium enterprise. It's not a multinational, it's not a big enterprise, it's a medium enterprise working in the western part of Africa, mainly in Senegal. And they told me how incredible was the experience of starting to digitalize the system of summoning incomes and taxes from community, especially from the most peripheric part of the communities. This not only involved this modernization of the Dakar institutions and other intermediate cities, just farther from the capital, but it was very, very important because at a certain moment, some statistics that they implemented, they observed a change of trust from citizenships to institutions, because in some way they saw that this kind of digitalization of income and of the taxation system of customs and all issues linked to this financial part of the budget was in some way having impact on corruption, in some way diminishing and lowering the level of corruption, in some other way, creating some kind of very strong barriers, and so preventing some thugs from perpetrating this kind of impoverishment of people. And from this statistics, it came out that people started believing in. So probably I'm too optimistic, but I think that we're talking about a domino effect. If we start in the right way, we may engender a lot of different causes, and different causes, they engender different effects. And starting from a simple example, like it could be the digitalization one, we may have, just a grown-up society and the best relationship between the top of the pyramid and the base, the population, and as you know, the power in charge in some African countries. And I saw an example directly in my face, speaking with this person, and I was very, very happy to give a little bit of sense, concrete sense, to all this beautiful words that we may say in important meetings like that, but that in the end they have to land on specific and practical examples.
Thank you very much indeed, Fabrizio. So let me turn now to Jean-Paul again and do a second round of questions. I mean, Jean-Paul, you've been listening to what all the panelists have said, and you yourself, gave us a complete kind of overview, landscape of digitalization and the challenges. But if I was to say to you, what is the Economic Commissioner for Africa actually engaged in that makes you feel that you're really making a contribution to this huge challenge, but also this enormous opportunity that digitalization represents for Africa at the moment?
Well, the first element I would say is that, and we've heard this from some of the other panelists, that the regulatory environment is important. And there is quite a lot of divergences in Africa among different countries that have different positions. Of course, there's different levels of infrastructure, but we are trying to bring a certain amount of cohesion around the regulatory environment, and this includes as well around the priority areas which are situated in the African Digital Center. The African Digital Transformation Strategy, which was adopted by the African Union last year in 2020. Now, this digital transformation strategy really looks at the building blocks and the pillars, and a lot of the capacity building that we're bringing is precisely to support those pillars. Perhaps the most important of the pillars would be the capacity building and the development of digital skills. And this is something that we've been working with countries so that they can have the right framework in their individual countries that can support this, for example, in their educational systems. And a lot of the interventions that we are making are precisely to allow countries to situate digital skills within their frameworks. Secondly, it's around how we link the availability of infrastructure for digital, how you link it with the economic opportunity. And this involves, again, looking at the enabling environment at the continental level through the African Continental Free Trade Area, supporting countries also aligning their national policies with the opportunity that's available continentally, looking at the right investment on infrastructure, because what we're seeing, one of the reasons that in Africa there have been some successes in the digital space is the success of the private sector. A lot of investment has come from telecom operators, and the private sector being able to do this has not been purely dependent on governments. But it's important that governments are clear in indicating where those priorities are. We heard about for example, there are all these fiber optic cables that are landing in Africa, but we have to make sure that this really leads to the kind of development that we want. It should facilitate a business, but it must also be inclusive in that way, and recognizing that a lot of, particularly the small and medium enterprises, their capacity to pay is limited. But if we invest in the right way, we will actually get a return which is many times greater in the medium to long term. But we have to take the upfront risk in investing in this infrastructure to make that happen. And the final point I'll make is around the financing and the availability of financing in Africa remains challenging. And you know that there are, particularly because I think the right people don't necessarily have access to this finance. So firstly, governments themselves have difficulty in accessing finance. The debt levels have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and are getting worse, which means that African countries are struggling to borrow to be able to invest in some of the infrastructure that we need. And in many cases, in these big infrastructure projects, the government needs to lead. The investment can be done perhaps even majoritarily by the private sector, but you need that first step from governments. And a lot of these governments today have negative fiscal situations. Over the pandemic, the average fiscal deficit was above -8% of GDP. Some countries, it was over -25% of GDP. So African countries are struggling to have that base investment that they can put into this infrastructure, which can then further attract the private sector. And then you've got the problem of financing at the level of macro, small and medium enterprises, where they are also in some areas locked out of improving their purchasing power because they can't get above the level that they are currently because of this lack of availability to finance. And it's a chicken and the egg because digital infrastructure and opportunities will actually help to solve this problem. A lot of the solution will be through using mobile money and expanding those networks. But a lot of these entrepreneurs will need that initial access to be able to grow their business, to be able to grow the business case overall.
Thank you very much indeed, Jean-Paul. So I think you've actually put the question indirectly, I think, to Joachim, because Joachim, Jean-Paul has talked about the challenges, the inconsistency in regulations and the role of government. So now I'm going to ask you the question. For you, what are the success factors for sustainable digital development and transformation in Africa?
And just to say, thank you for the question, because we have a red thread now between Jean-Paul, Linda, and myself, and I think we're getting to the heart of the matter, which I think is really important. And by the way, I want to underline that they are not different fundamentally in terms of the ingredients compared to Europe. There are some learnings here, including some learnings that should go from Africa to Europe. But if you look at it from what basically Jean-Paul and Linda both are saying is supply and demand side. You cannot have sort of a silver bullet that solves all problems, one magical solution. The challenge is always on the combination of supply side, supporting supply side and demand side. So supply side is basically the rollout of infrastructure. But just to be very clear, the 250 million inhabitants in Africa that do not have access to mobile networks. If you take that as an example, the 250 million is an unacceptable level. And that means that they are deprived from all the productivity gains and all the ways that you can better your life through applications like mobile money and other things. So clearly there is an infrastructure gap that we need to overcome. And that infrastructure gap involves, number one, regulation. You need to have a regulation that is supporting and promoting investment. And that goes from everything from, in telecom legislation, we talk about how you, for example, spectrum auctions, the way you allocate spectrum, the way that you create predictability in the investment climate. But also, to be frank, as Linda referred to, a significant amount of the proportion lives in rural communities. These are not economical by a single actor. There are many models by which you can cover that. One of them is shared rural network, where the operators come together and deploy a joint network. Still, they compete in terms of the services they sell, but from a point of view of getting scale in deployment and therefore getting further out into rural communities, that would be a way of doing it. There are other ways, of course, that you can do it as well, and IFC is toying around with some of them. But as Vodafone, for example, we are collaborating with satellite companies. Can satellite companies in the future be something whereby we cover the last non-viable economic areas, or for that matter, areas that are ripe with conflict, where it's very difficult to deploy field engineers to service base stations because of the personal risk that they take by being in that territory. So we are going to have to be more creative, but we also have to understand there is no logic to any operator not covering the whole geography. It is a natural consequence that it's completely uneconomical to do so. And all operators are already heavily cross-subsidizing from what money they make in urban to cover rural. But the model breaks at one point in all countries, also in Europe. And that's why you have the discussion around what's the role of government funding, what's the role of regulation, and what is the role of new collaboration models to overcome it. So that's on supply side. Actually, in Africa, there's even a bigger and more acute problem on the demand side, which frankly is a little bit less in Europe. The demand side is that we have 500 people in Africa today covered by mobile network, but they are not using them. So that has to do with affordability, like Linda referred to, but not only affordability of subscriptions. I mean, we have in South Africa reduced our prices in the last 18 months with 40% plus 1,100 web pages that are relevant for education, health, whatever it is completely free on our network. We just give it for free because we want people to access public services. We want them to have information that is relevant for them, and we want them to access education for free. But that doesn't solve the problem if the devices are extremely expensive. You actually cannot buy a 4G phone that allows you to access the internet. The 4G phone price picture in Africa is still today that we're talking about potentially up to multiple months of monthly income for poor people in order to buy a phone. They're never going to be able to do that unless we come up with creative models of reducing the price of devices, but also perhaps work with international institutions around device financing. That's how Europeans get their devices. It's not that they pay up front. Most of them have a payback period spread over 36 months in order to afford the new iPhone. In Africa, it may not be the iPhone, but how do we come up with models around device financing so people can access the devices? Then beyond that, to Jean-Paul's point, skills is absolutely essential, and including content that is relevant for local communities. And that's why I talked about DigiFarm, maternal health in Tanzania, because this is where we find that when we deploy things that are uniquely relevant for a local community, the demand is coming there. But you do need to be very mindful around what is relevant. So give you a concrete example. In Turkey, we found that women entrepreneurs had a problem getting involved in e-commerce. Most of them didn't have a smartphone. They had a feature phone. What does that mean? It means that you cannot upload the products you want to sell onto a web portal like eBay. You just can't. So what we developed was that they could just send a text with a picture and a description in the text message, and we would upload it for them. And thereby they could participate in e-commerce solutions. So there are ways that we have to be savvy about it to meet people and where they are on their digital journey while upgrading their digital skills. So both the supply and the demand. Now, to be very clear, on the supply side, we need to have governments that have a progressive and economically viable regulatory model. By the way, that problem is absolutely the case in Europe as well. We have a number of member states in the European Union where actually the return on capital is worse than we have in Africa because of regulation. So Europe is struggling significantly on this front as well. But whether Europe is stronger and where we also need partnerships are around the demand side. So how do we come together? So in the case of Vodafone, we took an initiative under the UN Broadband Commission to bring all partners together and say, can we solve the problem of unaffordable devices? Can we figure out a way of creating a new supply chain on devices so as to reduce the price point for poor people? Similarly on applications, many times we work together with NGOs, for example, around girls' informal learning, around their reproductive health, things that people in certain cultures are not comfortable talking about, but where the girls need to be able to access that information. We have worked with NGOs to provide then those platforms of those information so that girls can access that information. So there are a lot of things that we can do, but in collaboration, industry together with NGOs, industry together with international organizations, to tackle the whole range of barriers that we have from supply, from infrastructure, all the way up to targeted applications and skills development for the most vulnerable group, of which women and girls are obviously among the most vulnerable. So I think there is a lot what has been said from Linda and Jean-Paul here that I 100% agree with. What I'm calling for is that requires a mindset of coming together, co-creating, and actually think about it not like a magic bullet, but you're going to have the full suite where you start from hardcore infrastructure, you end up with targeted skills development towards vulnerable groups. And it's only in that whole suite that you will be able to do digital transformation that is truly inclusive, which is what all of us should aspire to.
Thank you very much, Joachim. Yes, indeed, talking about the need for collaboration upstream, downstream, and throughout the process, in a sense, initiatives and working together with governments and civil society, ideas, creativity, actually painting a very exciting future if we get all the nuts and bolts right. And I hope we do. And I'm sure we all here at the European Business Summit will be working to ensure that. Now we're coming towards the end of our session. So I'm going to turn to Linda and Fabrizio as well to give us their kind of final comments as we come to the end of this conference, this conversation about where to go forward. Which priorities would you put the emphasis on, Linda?
Apologies for my technical glitch earlier on. Got an energy issue. So I think in terms of priorities, first of all, I think the one point that I would like to underscore is that if we're in a situation where the private sector is ready to provide a solution, let's not burden the governments with taking on more debt to actually do infrastructure that private sector can do, because the demands on the fiscus are significant, right? And COVID especially has resulted in a situation where social needs, educational needs are significant for governments. Yet we have a private sector that is quite willing to go into a lot of these countries. So my view is let's figure out how we make that happen. And again, it comes back to what Joachim has just said, which is, collaboration across the spectrum. Who is best placed to do what and at what point? I think my parting words are, we have over 50 cables, submarine cables in Africa. That's about 300 terabytes, if I'm not mistaken, per second of digital. We're not going to be able to capitalize on that if we don't focus on the infrastructure and we don't focus on how to deploy the infrastructure efficiently and in an affordable manner. So for me, the focus really is on terrestrial. How do we create environments that are conducive to private sector investment that will enable the deployment of fiber across as many parts of our continent as possible and enable many people to get access to digital connectivity at an affordable price. Just as a parting data point, I understand that in terms of our households, they are paying $6.44 for 1 gigabyte, compared to the Americans and the Asians that are paying about $1.50 each, or about, I think it's for the Asians about $1.80. That's a significant gap. So it means that if we can increase competition and reduce cost, we can actually increase connectivity. And we really should be in a situation where we are not leaving anyone behind, because as said earlier on, and I'm not going to repeat it, the more people will leave behind, the worse off they get. And I think this will just compound poverty. And we're all trying to make sure that nobody gets left behind and that we manage the poverty situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Linda. Indeed, it's all about achieving the sustainable development goals and fighting, alleviating poverty, eliminating poverty as well. Fabrizio, your final comments, please, very quickly in about 2 minutes, no more.
Absolutely, even less. Thank you, Shada. I think that here the key word may be hybrid diplomacy. It's not only leaving institutional tasks and institutions doing their job, but this is a big, holy alliance between the public and the private sectors. We're not talking about only the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry for Finance, or the Ministry for Ecological Transitions, or others, or institutions, or regions, or towns. We're talking about this alliance with this incredible richness of society around us, which is non-institutional. First of all, obviously, enterprises and small and medium enterprises, and helping them in some way to shrug off sometimes, at least as far as Italy is concerned, to shrug off this kind of laziness that we may see sometimes in investments, in going beyond the export-import and instead thinking in terms of years, in terms of presence on the spot. And absolutely, let us, being helped by civil society, and not only civil society, foundations, associations, NGOs, and all these entities that may be very useful from outside and in the country. And as the other colleague said, let's help all together to create this conducive environment, which may be only a mix between an institutional intervention and this animal spirits, entrepreneurial animal spirits, which I was talking about, in order to create a climate, an environment of trust and going all together towards the same objective.
Indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Fabrizio. So we've had a very, very important conversation, I think, and it's important that we talked about digitalization, especially in these very challenging pandemic times. And as I said in the beginning, it's allowed us to survive some very, very uncomfortable moments and allows us to connect across the world, even though we are sometimes stuck in our homes and cannot go to our offices, etc. Thank you very much indeed to, let me just say again, Jean-Paul Adam, to Linda, Joachim, and to Fabrizio for joining us from parts of the world, and from me here in Marrakesh, Shada Islam, saying take care, stay safe, and hopefully see you in person very soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.